Oh yeah, that would be bingo card situation. Public. All gay Rob. take yours off and then vote on the rest of it. And then I pull the phone on.
One of the things, because they would have to request. So they might.
That is my. Well, they could. Yes. So I'd rather. I would just say, wait, we're gonna take care of the consent agenda, and we have one more commissioner member. It is very long. The first is that everything is broken up. The retention is not like in something horrible. You all right? A little workout. I keep putting retention.
Okay, we have a quorum. We're gonna go ahead and start now. Eleanor, will you do roll call, please?
Jenny West, present. Jason King, present. Stephanie Bruno, absent. Donna Wakeman, present. Annie Clark, present. Lee Bressler, absent. Greg Hackenberg, present. Io Love, absent. Jennifer Green, present. Heather Sapari, present. Ann Red, present. We have 8 members constituting a quorum.
Thank you. Welcome to the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission meeting of April 5th, 2023. We would like to thank you for attending and appreciate your support and cooperation with the HDLC. The HDLC is located in the City Hall on the 7th floor of the city's one-stop shop. Our mission is to safeguard the heritage of the city of New Orleans by preserving and regulating historic landmarks and districts, which reflect elements of its cultural, social, economic, political, and architectural history. The full HDLC mission statement can be found online. The HDLC has written guidelines that outline our policies and procedures. They are available on the city's website. Please determine if your property is in an HDLC district or if your property is an HDLC landmark before beginning any work or repairs on the property. If the work or repairs are visible from the public right-of-way, the work requires a certificate from the HDLC, which is known as a certificate of appropriateness or a C of A. You must get a C of A prior to beginning work. Once a C of A is issued, changes must be approved before work can commence on the changes. If you have any questions about our policies or procedures, we have a highly qualified staff ready to assist you. Please pay attention to the following meeting rules. If you plan on speaking and are not the participant, you must fill out a speaker's card and hand it to the staff before the meeting. These cards are green. They're located over here if you have not filled one out. All speakers must state their name and address for the record. Our meetings are recorded and televised. There is a 2-minute speaking time limit. Please turn all cell phones off or on vibrate. Phone conversations should be conducted outside of this room. And if your application is denied or there's a no action vote, you have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to the city council in writing. The staff will furnish you with the details of the appeals process. Thank you. Okay, on to the agenda. Item 2, minutes of the March 1st, 2023 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve? Or have we reviewed them? Commissioner Clark. Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Hackenberg. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Item 3, I'm going to turn this over to the staff. Establish a legal demolition fine subcommittee.
The commission had requested the opportunity to establish a subcommittee of the commission. So the commission, we would need a motion, a second, and then a vote to establish the subcommittee. We would also need to know those commissioners who are interested in being members of that committee.
Thank you. Commissioners? Do we have a motion? Commissioner Red, thank you. Commissioner Hackenberg, seconds. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Item 4, the landmark nomination of 1812 Moss Street. I'll let the staff make their presentation.
This is the landmark nomination of 1812 Moss Street. Owner is Robert W. Lynch, and it was nominated by Susan Johnson. 1812 Moss Street is not located in a local or national register historic district. It is located on Lot Y or D of Municipal Square 0 in Municipal District 3. As this building is not in a National Register Historic District, it was not surveyed by FEMA or the National Park Service in their post-Katrina surveys of the city's historic districts. The building faces Moss Street and is backed by St. Louis Cemetery No. 3 and is bound by Parkview Place and Esplanade Avenue. The building first appears on the 1937 Sanborn map. However, this is not necessarily indicative of the age of the structure, as this part of the city was not featured on earlier Sanborn maps. There is a building on the 1883 Robinson Atlas at this location, but the footprint is different from the 1937 Sanborn map and the current building's footprint. It first appears in newspaper documentation in 1907. As such, the estimated construction date is 1883 to 1907. The Historic District Landmarks Commission evaluates the significance of a structure based on the 4 criteria as established by Section 8422 of the City Code, any of which can make a building eligible for nomination. The building was nominated by a citizen who wished to have the building under HDLC jurisdiction as it lies outside of the historic districts. However, there is nothing which would make this particular structure any more notable than others of its type. As such, the staff does not recommend that this building be nominated for study as a landmark.
Thank you. On this one, I have 3 public speakers cards. I'm going to start with the ones I have in hand. Robert Lynch. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Robert Lynch. I live at 1814 Moss Street. I bought 1812 Moss Street and the property next door, 1814-16 Moss Street, approximately 1 year ago. I bought them for myself and my family at that time. I made sure to do my research, go on to One Stop, and make sure there were not any outstanding issues with either property. So I was taken aback when I received the notice in February that they were both up for historical landmark nominations. You know, this is a distressing situation for me because I don't know really the full ramifications of that. So I'm spending thousands of dollars for representation in this matter to defend this, not only at this meeting, but at the next meeting when you guys consider the other property. And while I have no plans for the property at this point, I would like to be able to renovate the properties as needed, just like that has been done multiple times in the past. And as my immediate neighbors have done. In the study, you'll have seen that there was a fire at the property. So guaranteed there was a renovation done at that time. Furthermore, nothing of historical note seems to have happened at the property. No one of historical note lived there, nothing's happened there, and no one seems to have been involved in the construction or design of the property of historical interest. And don't get me wrong, I believe they are wonderful properties. I just do not think they are landmarks.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lynch. The next speaker card I have is Ron Losell. If you're here, please step forward and state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Ron Lazel, 530 South Norman Francis, Zach Smith Consulting. We strongly support the report written by the staff. This is not, as they said, in a historic district. It's not a historical place. The report says it all. Bigger concern is that we have to come again next month in order to say again that this property right next door is not of historical significance. And the concern also would be that our 7th floor staff work so hard and they have so much that they have to do, and they are so overworked and underpaid that these nominations that come up like this take time from permits that need to be approved and reviewed by our staff. So if there's a way to somehow look at this process, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker card I have is Susan Johnson. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. So I'm not sure the basis for which Zach Smith's organization is making a statement. Number one. Number two, I think I need to apologize to Mr. Lynch. Where is he? I'm sorry, Mr. Lynch. This was not personal. And when I nominated this building, it was back in April 2022, when a house, 1760, was up for demolition without protection. It was a reaction to that and inappropriate development along Moss Street, which has been confirmed, quote unquote, by Louisiana Landmarks. Nomination of the Moss Street corridor as one of the New Orleans 9 for 2022. Endangered by inappropriate development. So that was the context in which I was nominating this building. I didn't know that you would incur expenses because of that. And I'm not sure where to go from here. I mean, I did this I nominated the property in the best interests of this unprotected district before the sale closed. And where do we go from here? We can cancel the nomination of the
That's
other
2
property.
minutes. Please wrap up your comments.
I would like to make amends for any problems that I've caused Mr. Lynch. That's all.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Johnson. Okay, is there any additional public comment on this application? That's okay. Step forward and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Meg Allison, 2634 Upperline. I'm Rob's partner. He purchased this property. We have been living in the city for many, many years. I've worked and volunteered down here. We are trying to move my elderly mother down, which is why this property attracted us. And moving a 78-year-old woman from Indiana takes time and money that we just don't have right now. So we have been biding our time to be able to do that when this nomination came up, and it has caused us great stress, in addition to our future plans, which is to have our family on this property. This property does not meet the 4 criteria that is laid out by the landmarks. That's all I have to say. I really hope to make this my forever home.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any additional public comments on this application? Okay, with that, we're going to close public comment. Commissioners, we need 2 motions, or is that correct?
If someone would like to nominate it as a landmark, we would need a motion in 2
In
seconds.
2 seconds. Thank you.
If there are no motions to nominate it, then the matter dies.
Thank you. Commissioners? Okay. We are not going to have a motion or seconds on that. All right, moving on to item 5, the consent agenda. We currently have 8 commissioners and I need to recuse myself from 2 items on this agenda. We have one more commissioner who is en route. We are going to be moving the consent agenda down and wait for that additional commissioner to join us. So with that, we're going to move forward and move on to new business work applications. No, I do not believe we need to vote to do it since we're just moving it down. I did check with staff in advance and council, but thank you for that. Yeah, we're waiting on Commissioner Bruno. She's en route. Okay. New business work applications, item A, 502 Frenchman Street. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record, and we'll have the staff make their presentation and hear your comments following.
Heather Cooper, Rosa Sword Architects, 1100 Poitras.
Thank you. Staff.
This is an appeal of an ARC recommendation for denial of a renovation of a significant rated 3-story mixed-use building, including demolition of the roof structure and construction of a new rear addition in full control Maroney. At the March 14th ARC meeting, the ARC voted to recommend denial of the application. The ARC agreed the existing historic building's roof forms and parapets are visible from several areas in the public right-of-way, particularly along Esplanade Avenue, and proposal involves too much destruction of the significant rated building's roof structure and historic building fabric. The ARC also noted that the proposed addition appears to be handled well architecturally. The amount of overall roof demolition is too high and cannot be recommended for approval based on the guidelines. While the overall application has improved by removing the proposed rooftop penthouse in favor of a new addition at the rear, the request still entails the demolition of approximately 100% of the existing roof structure to accommodate the applicant's desired 3rd floor usable square footage and floor to ceiling height. Current roof may have been modified in the past and may pose challenges for contemporary waterproofing. However, the form of the roof is still intact, is visible, and continues to read visually as a historic roof form from several points in the surrounding public right-of-way. Based on these factors and the NOHDLC guidelines, staff recommends the commission vote to uphold the ARC recommendation for denial of the request for the roof demolition.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
Yes, please.
You have 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Last year, we worked hand in hand with SHPO on a version of this design that included a penthouse. They ultimately gave us approval for that, but we ran into issues with HDLC and the city about getting that approved. So we went back to the drawing board and we're looking at a different option. And so that's what you're seeing today is the version without the penthouse. We're still working with SHPO, securing our approval at this time. So we'd appreciate a decision on that today.
Thank you. Okay, we have a number of public comment speaker cards in here. I'm going to go ahead and just start calling those and then we'll have discussion. Again, please, as a reminder to everyone, when I call your name, you have 2 minutes, state your name and address for the record. Alan Johnson. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Alan Johnson. I live at 1418 Charters and I'm president of the Faubourg Maroney Improvement Association. This is sort of a second version of this project. Basically, everything that we discussed previously to this is the same, except instead of going up, they're going back. So this building is going back into the courtyard. It's still perfectly visible from every angle of Esplanade, even the corner of Charters and Esplanade. The ARC commissioners actually did go on their own to look at the visibility, and they all agreed that it was much more visible than the applicants had let on at the first ARC meeting. So that's why they denied it the second time around. This is 100% roof demolition in a full control HDLC district on a significant rated building. This is about 1830s, I believe, Creole architecture. The only reason that we would be adding more hotel rooms would be to increase the revenue stream for the owners. This building has been in commerce since the 1830s. I understand how difficult it is to maintain a building of that age, but a lot of people in our neighborhood do it. I would appreciate you denying this for many reasons, but the one that I think is should be most considered is the dangerous precedent that it sets. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jeffrey Seymour. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record. And again, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Jeffrey Seymour. I live at 2227 Royal Street. I'm affiliated with the Faubourg Maroney Improvement Association. For the first time, perhaps I don't need 2 minutes. I don't need to tell you guys what the regs are, what the rules are. I don't need to tell you guys what a full district HCLC control area is. I don't need to tell you guys what a significant rated building is. The reason I came down here today is to thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you guys for all the hard work you put in, enforcing the rules, and respectfully suggest or request that you continue to enforce the rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nathan Lott. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Thing. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Lott here on behalf of Preservation Resource Center, 923 Chapatulas. We have kind of a legacy interest in this project because we got involved with the prior iteration. And I want to say that Heather and Charlie at Rose's Ward have done something that's measurably better here. This is much better than the prior iteration. But I think it still runs aground on the point Alan was making about 100% roof demolition. You know, I'm very aware, as you are, that people come here looking to camelback their house and they're told, well, we can't turn that, shotgun into a double gallery. You can only remove part of the roof. So I just want to make sure that the interest of the commission are preserved in terms of neutrality and treating all applicants with the same level of fairness. We certainly don't want to see this project held up much longer. We want to get rolling, but maybe a deferral in order to hear back from SHPO would be instructive. I don't know. That's my 2 cents. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Susan Johnson. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I'm not paid to be here. Historic New Orleans Neighborhoods LLC. Again, as before, significant rated building. I understand people want to make money off of their possession, their real estate, but it's good enough as it is. It's significant. Why do we need to add to it? Please deny. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Johnson. Ann Cox Strub. I'm sorry, yes, you're here for 502 Frenchman. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Ann Cox Strub, and I live at 529 Esplanade Avenue, and I owned 529 and 533 Esplanade. This building is very visible from our 2 houses. And we have lived there for the last 51 years and to a great expense. And we have kept the place in pristine, original shape. And with this building that they want to put a extra roof on, I hope you will deny it because they will be able to look into our patio and into our home. And we find that objectionable and not very nice. But if you stand in the neutral ground in front of our house and look back, you can see this building at 502 Frenchman, but you will be able to see it much, much better if they build onto the top of it. Anyway, I just want to ask you please to deny their appeal request, and I appreciate all the work that you do. I have a picture here if anybody wants to see what an aerial view of our homes and their building looked like. And I'd like,
if you'd like to submit that,
I
or
would like to say that the building that they bought was built by a free man of color. And that's very important in our neighborhood. My 2 homes were also built by a free woman of color, Lucy Ann Cheatham. And I'm writing a book about the houses built by free people of color. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, Meg Allison. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. Meg, we may have you on the wrong item. Oh, I believe that was for an earlier one, and she has left. I think it was item 4. Okay, and then the last one that I have here in my hand is Perry, forgive me, Dulce. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record. Again, you have 2 minutes.
My name is Perry Dulce. I own the property at 421 Frenchman Street, directly across the street from 502. I'm in opposition to the demolition of the roof because it affects the integrity of an 1830s historic property. The modification would be clearly visible from the streetscape. And I believe it sets a dangerous precedence for future development in the Marigny. Would appreciate it if you would vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to see, is there any additional public comment on this application? No additional public comment? Okay. With that, will the applicant just, please just be ready to answer any questions, I guess, as we start to discuss. So just to the staff, we had a lot of public comment. We've been through this. Do you mind giving the kind of Cliff Notes version again of the ARC determination and their thoughts on this and their review?
Sure.
Thank you.
The last meeting, the ARC, they denied the application based on the fact that the existing historic building's roof forms and parapets are visible from several areas. And the proposal involves too much destruction of the significant rated building's historic building roof fabric. They recommended that the architecturally, the addition at the rear was handled well, but that overall the amount of roof demolition is too high to recommend approval for. And the current staff recommendation is that the commission uphold their recommendation and deny the request.
Thank you. Commissioners, we've heard the staff's report. We've heard a number of public comments. Commissioner Wakeman, this is in your district.
So I do want to commend the architect and the owner for the revision that they've presented. It's a vast improvement over what we've seen before. But I continue to be hung up on the fact that our guidelines are clearly against what you all are requesting to do, which rather begs the question why one would want to do that in the first place. Secondly, this is probably the most historically significant building in the Marigny, the Faubourg Marigny, both in terms of its architecture and in terms of the builder owners of the building and the business that has occurred over the century in that location. So to tamper with the fabric of such a historical building for the sole purpose of increasing the revenue of the current owners is, I think, against everything historic districts are set up for. And for those reasons, I fully support the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Wakeman. So is that a motion?
I wasn't sure if there were any other comments before I made a motion, but I'm happy to make a motion that we support the staff's recommendation and deny the appeal.
Thank you. Commissioner Green? Second. Okay, thank you. Is there any additional discussion between commissioners? Commissioner Hackenberg?
Yeah, I remain opposed to this for the same reason the previous iterations I was. This is 100% removal of historic roofing material. If this had been a roof that had been lost years ago and replaced with a flat roof, we could probably find some area to negotiate, but this is the original roof forms. I mean, they're irreplaceable and I do not support removing them.
Okay, thank you. With that, we have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Your application has been denied by the HDLC Commission and you have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to City Council in writing. The staff will furnish you with the details of that appeals process. Thank you and good luck with your project. Thank you. Item B, 2127 Esplanade Avenue. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Ron Lazel, 530 South Norman C. Francis, Act Smith Consulting.
Thank you. Staff?
This is an application for the appeal of the ARC recommendations for material details of the renovation of a contributing rated 1.5-story residential building in full control Esplanade. The first application for raising of the structure for conditioned space on the ground floor was heard by the ARC at the July 2021 meeting. At that meeting, the ARC recommended maintaining the look of a raised basement at the proposed ground floor, including materials and fenestrations, if the raising of the building was approved. The drawings were updated to meet this recommendation and were subsequently approved by the ARC at the September 2021 meeting. The raising of the structure for conditional space on the ground floor was approved by the City Council in December of 2021. The applicant is appealing the ARC recommendation for the new ground floor to maintain the look of a raised basement, including materials, and would like to go with the original proposal that was submitted. The proposal uses weatherboards on the ground floor, giving the building the appearance of being a two-story building. The ARC and staff feel that this is not appropriate as the historic building was not a two-story building, but a one-story raised basement. The materiality of the new ground floor can significantly alter the character and building type. Due to this, staff recommends denial of the appeal.
Thank you. So the applicant, do you wish to address the commission? You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. We do not support the staff recommendations and ask the commission to rule in favor of our request. Again, this is a house that's been built on a slab where it's already been approved to be raised. We think it would fit better into the neighborhood and the situation to have us allow the materials for this property as we presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this application? I'm sorry, forgive me. I have one more card in my hand. Susan Johnson, please step forward and state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I'm not paid to be here. So March 25th, 2021, the city council ruled that elevations should be considered demolitions. Sorry. So later that year, an appeal was granted for this house. I forget the date. Was it in December 2021? Yes, thank you. Okay, well, politicians flip-flop, and I'm sure on appeal, you can get what you want this time. But in the meantime, please hold the line and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any additional public comment on this application? No additional public comments, commissioners. This is in the Esplanade Ridge district. We do not have a commissioner present for that district. The staff is recommending denial of this application. Commissioner Hackenberg.
I mean, it's clear the owner wants a two-story house. This is a raised basement house. I completely agree with the staff's recommendation that it remain a raised basement house and is whatever close to that original form as it could be. And that comports with our guidelines. It comports with the National Park Service. And I do not support the change of materials.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional comments from commissioners?
This is probably,
Wakeman?
this is simply an observation to the effect that this is a really rather unique house for New Orleans. And to turn it into something, I'm sorry, is that me doing that? Turning it into something that it's not, would be a real loss to the fabric of the city and the district, in my opinion.
Thank you. Commissioner Bruno, did you have a comment?
I have a question about plans for the facade and the center window in the facade. If the plans include restoring it to something like it looked like at the beginning. I realize that's not before us today. I'm just wondering about that.
That was one of the original ARC recommendations, that window be restored.
Okay. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, so with that, we have, do we have any additional comments from commissioners? Is there a commissioner who wants to make a motion on this application? Commissioner Bruno is willing to make the motion.
I move that we deny the application.
Thank you. Do we have a second to the application? Commissioner Hackenberg seconds. Any additional comment between commissioners? All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Your application has been denied by the HDLC Commission. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to City Council in writing. The staff will furnish you with the details of the appeals process. Thank you and good luck with your project. At this point, we've concluded new business work applications. We're going to go back and do the consent agenda at this point. Item 5. I'm going to read through the items and then again, I will have to recuse myself on this. Item A is 3030 St. Claude Avenue. Item B is 3024 St. Claude Avenue. Item C is 1041 North Rampart. Item D is 525 Washington Avenue. Item E is 528th Street. Item F is 901 Elmira Avenue. Item G, 1822 Joseph Gillum Place. Item H is 1020 Music Street and item I is 1212 Magazine Street. I am the architect on items A and B and will need to recuse myself. And at this point, we'll turn the mic over to the Vice Chair, Jason King.
Are there any public comments on the on any of the consent agenda items? I don't think there are. There's no. All right, if we have no public comment, can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move we approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Just to make sure, I can read the addresses again so we can follow this because we are in the impression that there is some public comment. For the consent agenda, we have 3030 St. Claude Ave, 3024 St. Claude Ave, 1041 North Rampart Street, 525 Washington Ave, 820 A Street, 901 Elmira Ave, 1822 Joseph Galamo Place, 1020 Music Street, and 1212 Magazine Street. There's no public comment on any of these. All right, motion's been made, it's been seconded. A vote. Consent agenda passes unanimously. If your items on the consent agenda, you can go home. It's all been cleared. Thank you. And Jenna can come back.
Thank you. Okay, again, one more reminder, if you are on consent agenda, feel free to leave. You do not need to be here for the remainder of the agenda. Thank you. All right, moving on, old business demolition applications. Item A, 4020 South Galvez Street. Is the applicant present?
I think that's 420.
I'm sorry, 420. Yes, thank you.
Nicole Weber Consulting, 2131 Bienville Street.
Thank you.
This is an application for demolition of a contributing rated raised two-story, two-family residential building to grade and partial control mid-city. As this has come before the commission before, I'll just read the staff recommendation and then let the applicant bring us up to date. Currently, 420 South Galvez Street is the only remaining building in a once densely populated residential block. Within the past 6 years, this portion of the Mid-City Historic District has slowly been eroded due to demolition of residential buildings at a time when affordable housing in this is at a premium citywide. Based on the request to demolish the building in May of 2021, it is apparent that no attempts have been made to improve the building. And based on the interior and exterior inspection, minor cosmetic repairs and cleaning would bring the building back into commerce as a two-family residential building. Staff again recommends denial of demolition.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission? You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So when we were here in December, the commission, you all asked us to do a feasibility study on whether or not we can incorporate the existing residential property into new construction home. And as we presented, this lot or this property would be part of a larger development, a hotel development for the medical district. And behind me is Michael Meredith. He is the developer for the property. This is an opportunity for a local African-American developer to develop a hotel which hasn't been seen in the city in many, many decades, if at all. So what we did was we went, looked at the property and considered the options, feasibility of incorporating it into a new construction building. And what we have, if you don't mind stopping on this image, please, the image that was just on the screen. There you go. Thank you. I know this is in your packet. If it's in your packet, then it would be page 3. But to go back to what I was describing. So we looked at the existing building. The existing building is a residential type construction. It's a type 5 wood frame construction, which is considered combustible. So the National Fire Protection Association would say that this type of construction would not be appropriate in a commercial construction. And the type of construction that would need to be built is a type 1 or a non-combustible, has a high level of fire resistance. So because of that, we would not be able to envelop the building or incorporate it into a new building. We would only be able to do one of 2 options. And the first one you can see here would be to build the building over the structure. And as you can see, the residential construction has a hipped roof. It's architecturally doesn't align with a more podium style, commercial style building. And this is the second option. We would literally have to just build around the structure and would have to leave a 10-foot setback just to meet the fire code regulations, because again, it's a residential type construction, which means it's a wood frame construction, more combustible, whereas a hotel commercial construction would be required to have a higher level of fire resistance, and that's that type 5 construction. Is that it already?
Yeah.
So and then we have some more remaining points. And Lily McNee with my office, she filled out a card, so she'll finish the rest of it. Thank you.
That's fine. Lily McNee, please step forward, state your name and address for the record. Again, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Lily McNee with Weber Consulting.
Will you bring the mic up so we can hear you? Please. Thank you.
Better?
Yes. Yeah.
So I was just going to continue and talk about just kind of the site context and what's remaining in the neighborhood. There's very little, as we know, historical fabric remaining in the area, and it's surrounded by large scale medical buildings, biomedical district, as well as larger commercial structures and residential buildings, specifically the newly constructed LSU. And just there was a little map showing that to the context of this location. Oh, skip to Julie. And while we know that there have been examples of where the incorporation of a historic building has been successful, specifically at 730 Julia Street, there were situations at that location that made it plausible. The types of building constructions were similar. There were, so it was more structurally compatible, architecturally compatible. There are also title restrictions, I believe, on the prohibiting demolition of that building. I think that's everything. Yep, so.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Meredith, do you wish to address the commission? Okay, thank you. Susan Johnson. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, Historic New Orleans Neighborhoods, LLC. Goodbye, old New Orleans. Hello, new New Orleans. And besides that, all I want to say is somebody obviously played a lot of Tetris back in the day. Thank you.
Okay, is there any additional public comment on this application? No additional public comment. Commissioners, this is in the Mid-City Partial District.
So thank you to the team for doing the feasibility study and going back and working with us. But I think your report brought up really what the main issue is for this commission is that there is very little historic fabric left in this part of Mid-City. And this commission's, that's what our mission is, right, is to save the historic fabric. So unfortunately, I think I have to move to along with the staff to deny your application for demolition to try to preserve what's left. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a second to that motion? Commissioner Green, seconds. Do we have any additional comment from commissioners? We have a motion on the floor and a second. No additional comment? All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Jason, did you vote on that one?
I did.
Okay, yeah, okay. I saw it, but I just want to make sure. Yes, everybody voted. Your application has been denied by the HDLC Commission. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to the City Council in writing. The staff will furnish you with the details of this appeals process. Thank you and good luck with your project. All right. Up next is 2516 Upperline Street. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Ron Lazel, 530 South Norman C. Francis, Zach Smith Consulting.
Thank you. Staff.
This is an application for the demolition of a contributing rated one-story single-family residential building to grade. Previous ARC, commission actions defer the action of this application until the next commission meeting so that another party may attend per the owner's request. Basically, going to the staff recommendation, since you've heard this before. The one-story eclectic craftsman retains its scale, massing, and siding and roof form. The only changes to the structure's footprint is the rear addition. The front facade with the altered window and door retain the original building character intent. Although the building is in poor condition, a good amount of the contributing portion of the home appears to be structurally sound and watertight and not in imminent danger of collapse. As cited by the inspector, for this reason, staff cannot recommend approval of the demolition of the historic front portion comprised of the first two, now combined into one, rooms. The rear addition and contributing third and fourth room, which are in great disrepair, should be removed, but the rehabilitation of the contributing portion of the building is possible.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission? You have 2 minutes.
We are requesting that our application for full demolition be supported. This request has strong neighborhood support. There's 16 neighbors who've signed the petitions and 6 letters that have been forwarded to you. This property was not demoed by neglect by the current owner, which is often the case. It was purchased December 28th of last year. Engineering reports suggest that there is tremendous structural damage throughout the structure. The structure is not sound. It poses a concern to life safety and adjacent properties. Code enforcement, City of New Orleans Code Enforcement also went out there and they did their own inspection in 2022. And in their inspection, they found that it's unsafe to a person. It's a fire hazard, hazard to public health, a public nuisance, and dangerous to a person. And last month, we asked for a deferral, and we also had some research, and we had a general contractor come look at it for demolition purposes or to do a partial demolition. That report said the center beam termite damage. The entire house is too dangerous to perform selective demo. The house is structurally unsound. The porch is structurally compromised so much that I could not put a crew to strip or salvage the roof in any part of the house. And they declined to do a partial demo. And look, we understand staff's position and HDL's position when you have demolitions come in front of us. We totally understand it. But this is one that's been vacant since before Katrina. And the new owners are really ready to move forward on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have 2 speakers cards. Rob Cipher. Would you like to step forward and state your name and address for the record? Mamina, would you like to do? Okay, yeah, I have cards for both of you. So absolutely. You have, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Mamina Torregano. I live at 2520 Upperline Street. I'm here with my husband, Rob Seifert.
2520 Upperline Street.
Okay, I'm really enthusiastic here. Thank you so much for considering or entertaining our request for the full demolition of this blighted property. I'm also so thankful for all the neighbors who supported us, all the neighbors on our block. There are also neighbors on surrounding blocks who are in support of, who signed a petition that was presented at last month's hearing. And, there was a general theme that arose when talking to our neighbors, and that is the danger that this house poses. And, as was evident, from these signatures, there is a lot of support. As a physician and somebody who is 5.5 months pregnant, I am concerned about this property and about the hazards that it imposes. I have been practicing medicine for 14 years. And I'm triple board certified. I'm a dermatologist by practice. I'm also board certified in internal medicine and dermatopathology. And one of the areas I specialize in is chronic inflammatory diseases. So a lot of eczema, allergies, allergy-related rashes, psoriasis, acne, rosacea, random rashes. And just in my observation, these coexist alongside other chronic inflammatory conditions, migraine headaches, asthma, arthritis, hypertension, diabetes, cancer, thyroid disorders. And of course, there are many triggers for these chronic inflammatory issues. One of the things that I've seen, I practice in other cities. I'm from New Orleans, but one of the things that I've seen come up often is the effect of mold, toxic mold. And,
20 seconds.
And so, I'm just concerned by the level of black mold that's in this house. I don't feel comfortable maintaining any part of this property with the mold that's in there currently. Never mind the fact that it has not been inhabited since prior to Katrina. My ancestors first came to New Orleans, or before it was New Orleans,
That's
in the
2 minutes.
1720s.
my time? Yeah.
No, we don't cede time, but you can, your husband can take the mic.
What she's basically trying to say is like, we don't believe that we fully mitigate all the mold out of this house. The contractor doesn't want to touch it to selectively demo. We went back and we discussed what we were going to do with this property.
I'm getting a little closer to the microphone.
Sorry,
That's
we
okay.
went back and discussed what we were going to do with this property, and we do plan on building on it, but not this year, maybe next 2 or 3 years for our ailing parents. We're about to have our first child. Her mom lives in Baton Rouge. My mom lives in Natchez, Mississippi. My mom's touching 80. My stepdad is 10 years older than her. It's a matter of time before we're going to have her come down. And, the house that we moved away from, we were always sick at. And we don't want this to happen again with this place, which is why we don't have any interest in trying to salvage. It's a mold box. It's kind of what it was.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Are there any additional public comments on this property? No additional public comments. This is in the Uptown Partial District. Again, we only have control over the demolition. We do not review the new construction in this area. So Commissioner Bruno, this is your district.
I have a question for the owners. Did you buy this building with the intent of tearing it down?
No.
Yes, for our family.
Yeah.
And were you aware at the time that this is a partial control historic district where demolition would be reviewed by the HDLC?
I don't know if we knew that. I mean, we don't hunt around New Orleans looking for properties to buy. This happens to live. We bought it. The other reason we bought it was so a developer couldn't buy it and turn it into a Airbnb or a Camelback particle board house. Like there was other reasons why we bought it too, but it really is us looking outward for our family. Yeah.
Did you live there before you bought it? When it came up for sale, were you already living next door?
Yes. Yeah. We bought that house next door to it in March. We moved in March of last year. And we bought the house from the granddaughter of the guy that built it, Tanya White, in December. We spoke to her. We met with her a bunch. We talked to her about her father was born in that house, like the history of the house. I mean, and she's fine with us tearing it down too. So like, we bought it so we could grow in the city and to stop people from building something on it that might turn into a college dorm rental.
Understood.
Sorry, you don't hear me?
Yes, do we have any other comments from commissioners?
The report from our inspector indicated that the back half of the structure was in really poor shape. Indicating that maybe we would be able to allow for a partial demolition.
Correct. We reviewed this application in depth at the last meeting, and I believe the staff's recommendation at that time also stated recommendation for denial but the staff would support a partial demolition. We deferred the application to give the applicant additional time to review that. I assume, given you're back here with no change, you still want to demolish the full property?
Right.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah. Any additional comments from commissioners, or can I get a motion on this property?
I move that we support the staff's recommendation on this property.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruno. Do we have a second to that motion? A second to support the staff's recommendation of denial of the demolition. Commissioner Green, thank you. Any additional comment from commissioners? We have a motion on the floor and a second. Moving forward with the denial of the application. All those in favor? Jason? Huh? Okay. All those opposed?
The chair would have to vote.
I will vote with the majority.
So the motion passes 8-1.
Thank you. Your application has been denied by the HDLC Commission. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to the City Council in writing. The staff will furnish you with the details of this appeals process.
Right.
Thank you and good luck with your project. Okay, item C, 6028 Benjamin Street. Is the applicant present? Please step forward and state your name and address for the record.
Mary Taylor, 6028 Benjamin Street, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. The staff will make their presentation and we'll hear your comments following.
This is an application for the demolition of more than 25% of the primary facade on a contributing rated two-story, two-family residential building. Based on FEMA survey research, 6028 Benjamin was constructed from 1925 to 35 in the period of significance. However, the building does not show up on fire insurance maps until 1951. At that time, the dashed line at the front of the building denotes a two-story portion condition. The building has retained its form, massing, and details through preservation. The encapsulation of the front porches and the alteration of the entry sequence would greatly impact the integrity of the well-maintained block face. Staff does not believe the alteration of the front elevation to be appropriate. Staff recommendation is denial of the request of demolition of more than 25% of the primary facade.
Thank you. To the applicant, you have 2 minutes.
We didn't know when it was built, which was part of it. And we were just hoping that we'd be able to do this, but understand the denial.
I'm sorry, can you move the mic closer to you?
I don't have anything to say. I'm here just to make sure it didn't get deferred again.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we deferred, just for those that were not present at this meeting, we deferred this application from the last meeting. Again, to give the applicant more time to work with the staff or to see if there was movement in the application. No additional comments?
No
though?
additional comments.
Thank you for being here. Okay, this is an uptown partial. Again, we do not have review of what happens in its place. It is just, we are only reviewing demolition. Commissioner Bruno, this is also in your district.
Yes, I have a question for the owner, for the applicant. What is the purpose of the change to the facade?
Well, we're converting it to a single family for our family.
Mhm.
And part of it is that I've lived in it for almost 5 years and there's a lot of it that doesn't make sense. And so in our plans, if we keep the door of 6028 where it is, you literally enter into the dining room. And if you keep the door in the orange door, you are entering 7 feet below the first story. So in converting it, our plan was to close it in so we'd have an entryway and then keeping the old windows, keeping the everything old and then moving that orange and just moving it up and then putting some pretty stairs up. So it was really just I saw a house on State Street that looked similar and I was like, oh, this would actually work. This is how our work. And without only being able to close in, one of my biggest things in New Orleans is when I see that you're only allowed to do 25% and you end up with like what looks like Legos have been stuck blocking in porches. Like that bothers me more than anything. So I figured instead of closing in just 25%, if we close in all of them, and then there's a house on State Street that we'd kind of be mimicking, that my husband had a file with him last meeting, but nobody asked him about it. So
You wouldn't miss having a nice front porch to sit out on.
well, the thing is though, half of that front porch on the bottom is stairs. And we have a yard in the back and we tend to use the back. And because you're so raised, so the stairs cut in, so there's not any room to put rockers. We had in our old house on Nashville, we were in a shotgun and we sat on the front porch all the time. But in this house, we don't. And the upstairs one, I just envision my children when they're teenagers doing something not appropriate out on there. And I've envisioned it as like the house to me was built, and when we bought it, it had screened in porches. And our neighbors have all been very happy that we have fixed it up and made it look, taking down the screened in porches that had been there for 70 years. The previous owner only owned it for 5 years and they didn't do any of that. And I think our neighbors would appreciate, and it would still look and fit in with New Orleans, and we'd keep all the old windows, keep the old door, keep the shape of the orange door, just shifting it up a few feet so that when you enter the house, you're entering at main level rather than 7 feet below.
And you don't feel like, your architect does not feel like you could move that door up and still. be able
So
to keep
there's,
your
you
front
can only,
porches?
because of the stairs, because that's where the stairs go up to the upstairs unit. You could move it up maybe 1 or 2 feet. And you'd still have to go up 5 steps.
And how would that change if you closed in your front porches?
So if we close in our 4 front porches, we would move the doorway to that. It would just move up to this.
I see.
So it will be like, you won't be entering under the stairs. You'll be entering next to the stairs.
And you can't move that entry onto the porch?
So, well, there is a doorway onto the porch, but you literally walk in and you're at our dining room table. It doesn't, it definitely doesn't feel like an uptown house. That's for sure.
Commissioner Bruno, do you have a motion on this one?
I do, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I do recommend that we deny this application.
Thank you, Commissioner
And
Bruno.
that we support the staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruno. Do we have a second? Commissioner Clark? Any additional, I'm going to call to see, is there any additional public comment on this application? No public comment. Any additional comment from commissioners? We have a motion on the floor in a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Commissioner Red is opposed.
The chair would have to vote.
I will vote with the majority. Your application has been denied by the HDLC Commission. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to the City Council in writing. The staff will furnish you with the details of this appeals process. Thank you and good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, for Newcomb Boulevard. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Pat Fox with M Carbine Restorations, 911 Constantinople Street.
Thank you. Staff?
This is an application for the demolition of more than 25% of the primary facade and more than 50% of the roof structure of a contributing rated 2-story raised basement single-family building. At the previous commission meeting, it was voted to defer the action on this application until this meeting today. After the March 1st commission meeting, the applicant revised the proposed elevations to what appears to be a more sympathetic restoration. While the HDLC does not have jurisdiction over what goes back in the partial control Uptown Historic District, the efforts toward restoration by the applicant should be noted. Staff has no objection to the demolition of more than 25% of the primary facade and 50% of the roof structure.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
Since we came last month, we worked with the staff to try to maintain more of the existing building and make the new design more sympathetic with the original design of the house. We're keeping the roof, the main front center roof where it is now, and keeping the front parapet wall intact. We set back the proposed second floor so that it's not as it doesn't have as much it's like not as
It's okay.
but I think I don't know, we're just trying to work with y'all to make it
Well,
work out better.
thank you for to the applicant for working with the staff. This item was deferred from the last commission meeting, and at that time did have a different recommendation from staff. So thank you for working with them and coming back with something that is within our guidelines. With this is an Uptown partial. The staff has no objection to this application. Commissioner Bruno, this is in your district.
I want to commend the applicant for working hard on this project and coming up with something that the staff could not decided not to object to. So I think it's really terrific. So I move that we approve this application.
Thank you. Let me ask, is there any public comment on this application? No public comment. Please make your motion, Commissioner Bruno.
I move that we approve this application.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruno. Is there a second to this? Thank you, Commissioner King. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you again for working with the staff on this application, and good luck with your project. Item E 7224 Dominican Street. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Jack Sawyer. I'm the architect for the project, 365 Canal Street, Suite 3150.
Thank you. Staff?
This is an application for the demolition of more than 50% of the exterior wall structure at a non-contributing rated 3-story education building. At the previous commission meeting, it was voted to defer this application until today's meeting. While the HDLC does not have jurisdiction over what goes back in partial control Uptown District, the staff understands the implication the alteration of this building may have. Additionally, to bring this building back into commerce, the project must comply with current building codes. Staff has no objection.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
No, just to say thank you to the staff for working with me on this. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you. And this is also an application that was deferred from the last commission meeting. We greatly appreciate you working with the staff to find a place where it meets within our guidelines. Okay, this is in Uptown Partial District. Commissioner Bruno, you're on a roll. First, let me ask, is there any public comment on this application? No public comment. Commissioner Bruno.
I too wish to thank you for working with the staff and for the staff for all their hard work. I move that we approve the application.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruno. Is there a second? Commissioner Wakeman, seconds. Is there any additional comment between commissioners? We have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you and good luck with your project. New business demolition applications. Item A, 1435 North Robertson Street. Is the applicant present? Please.
1453.
I'm sorry, 1453 North Robertson Street. Please step forward and state your name and address for the record.
Dr. Lawrence Catchings, 1515 St. Philip Street.
Thank you. The staff will make their presentation and we'll hear your comments following.
This is an application for the demolition of a contributing rated 1-story single-family building to grade. The historical or architectural significance of this building is contributing. Based on FEMA survey research, the existing stick frame side hall building was possibly constructed as early as 1870 within the period of significance. However, the building does not appear on fire insurance maps until 1893. In the last decade, the building has fallen into extreme disrepair, with a tree growing in the middle of the building at one point. Succession issues have caused long delays in the possible rehabilitation of this building. The condition of the building. HDLC Inspector Alex Nasser performed an exterior and interior visual inspection on March 7th, 2023, and found the building to be in fair front portion to very poor rear portion and condition. On the exterior, the roof shingles were deteriorated with visible holes at compromised areas of the roof. The wood weatherboards show signs of deterioration, and many are missing or partially detached. Masonry piers are deteriorated and crumbling. The windows are boarded and or missing. The windows at the primary facade, likely only bits of the fenestration that may be salvageable. The building's structural system begins failing midway through the building with heavy partial state of collapse. Staff recommendations. The one-story side hall shotgun shows signs of neglect and compromised building envelope. Renovation of the building would be very costly, possibly dangerous, and few original architectural elements remain. Staff has no objection to the demolition to grade.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
I feel the same way. I think it's a blighted piece of property. It needs to go. I just want to knock it down and put up a nice fence and make the community better.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this application? No additional public comment. Commissioners, do we have, this is in Tremay?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Bruno.
Mr. Catchings, how long have you owned this property?
This is actually the property was for my wife's mother and father. So I don't know how long their family had the property. I'm here to represent Doreen Catchings, Dr. Doreen Catchings.
I see.
Yeah.
So, but at some point in time, her parents lived in this property? It was
The
occupied?
property has been vacant since Katrina. And to tell you the truth, there's drug activity there. There are prostitution. It's a blight on the community, and the building needs to go.
Have you considered any renovation?
I'm a
or
third generation
rehabilitation?
builder. My grandfather taught my father taught me. The building it's not worth it. There's old pipes, old wires, old everything. It needs new everything. There's knob and tube electrical systems in there. It's the building, no way.
It seems like actually not such a bad building to me. It's a side hall
Well, you're
house.
wrong
It's a
about
side
that.
hall
You're wrong
Italianate
about that.
house.
It's no good. The building is full of termites and everything. It's a hazard to the community. It needs to come down now.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I believe our inspector whose report is included in the application is here. So I'm going to ask, Alex, do you mind stepping forward just to answer and talk about the condition of this property?
Sure. I'm Alex, HDLC inspector. When I visited the property, the front two rooms were in structural condition that was good enough to walk through, but I was not able to walk into the third room or any further back. It was, in my opinion, in imminent danger of collapsing. The only architectural elements I believe to be salvageable on the building are some transoms on the interior and the front windows.
Thank you.
Do you have any other
Commissioner-
specific questions?
Commissioner Bruno, just in case there's any additional.
So would it be feasible to recommend that this property, the first two rooms be maintained and the remaining of the building be demolished?
Please, sir, please, I hear you, you're passionate about this. Please restrain so you have the mic.
That would be the only salvageable portion of the building, would be the first two rooms. Structurally.
The staff met as a whole and reviewed this property, reviewed this application, and felt collectively that this was a demolition that we could support just because of the overall demolition by neglect or the condition of the existing conditions in the building. That's unfortunate, but it's true.
And how does it differ from the property on, what was it, Upperline that we looked at earlier? How does it differ from that one?
Just the conditions that are existing. It's just, it's not really apples and apples. It's just a much more, the conditions of deterioration are much more advanced.
How about in the first two rooms?
Whole building is basically in a condition of deterioration, whereas the other one, it was not quite as far gone. So
Is there any additional public comment on this application? Commissioners, is there any additional comments? Commissioner Red?
Do you think that it would be possible to save those few architectural details that you mentioned upon demolition to be reused?
Are you referring to the transoms in the windows? Well, except for the two front windows, none of the windows are salvageable. They're falling apart. There were some interior transoms that you could potentially salvage and donate to an architectural salvage, something.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hackenberg. Do you have a comment or question?
Yeah, I've been going through the photographs on this and the damage that is indicated. I mean, we have massive termite damage in the exterior wall. I'm sorry, the slip out boards on the front facade up at the top, which means if the termites started eating that, there's nothing really behind there anymore. I just see the condition of this as being way past the point where it's feasible to salvage it.
Thank you. Is there a motion on this application from a commissioner?
I had one more thing, one more
Yes,
question.
Commissioner Bruno.
What about salvaging the brackets?
Well, yes, those are solid.
all that can be added to a motion.
I'll make a motion to support the staff's recommendations, and then whatever is salvageable, we could try to salvage.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Commissioner Wakeman seconds that motion. Is there any additional comment between commissioners? All those in favor? All those opposed?
The chair would have to vote.
I will vote with the majority as I always do. Your application has been approved for demolition.
Thank you very much.
And
Making the community a better place.
good luck with your project. Thank you for being here.
So I can leave now?
You can leave, absolutely. Thank you. Item B, 431 Henry Clay Avenue. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
So I'm Elizabeth Carville, 431 Henry Clay Avenue, and I'm here with my architect, Joseph Lynn.
Thank you, Ms. Carville. Staff will make their presentation and we'll hear your comments following.
This is an application for the demolition of more than 50% of the roof structure and more than 50% of exterior wall structure of a contributing rated one-story single-family residential building. Based on FEMA research, 431 Henry Clay was built between 1920 and 1930 within the period of significance. The building retains its eclectic craftsman double massing detail. The encapsulation and the addition would drastically alter the massing proportions of the building. Staff recommends the denial of the request of demolition of more than 50% of the roof and more than 50% of the exterior walls.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission? You have 2 minutes.
Okay. As the homeowner, I would note we purchased this property in 2006. It's a 2-bedroom house. It could easily fit on a single lot, but it's actually located on a double lot that's 60 by 120. We purchased it with the intent of always adding on. We purchased it as newlyweds. We now have 2 children who became teenagers last month. We do not have enough space in the home for all of us to live comfortably. We have had previous plans, I believe, prior to the time that we were part of the historic district. I understand this is a relatively new development. You can tell by the homes on our block and how they've been renovated that I don't think it had this type of control before. But that said, we intend to
maintain the integrity of the front portion of the house, which is the most original portion of the house. We are adding on to the sides, as well as, well, I guess it's the sides, and creating a side porch in order for our family to live there. We're the opposite of doubles to dorms. This home used to be a double. We have 2 driveways. It's on a very large lot. There's a lot of room for expansion to allow for a family of 4 to comfortably live there. And we would ask that you reconsider the denial in order for our family to stay in this neighborhood.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, we don't regulate use of the building. We only work within, the HDLC guidelines. And as such, that's how this property is being reviewed. Also, this is it's a partial district. So just as a reminder, it's Carrollton partial. Forgive me, it's Uptown partial on this one. And so we're only reviewing the demolition as such, just for everyone, both viewing and for the commissioners. Is there any additional public comment on this application? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Joseph Flynn, 8903 Jefferson Highway. I am the architect on the project, and I guess my question would be, we're looking to expand this family's house. We looked to the most feasible roof addition that fit with the Craftsman style. If it feels too dominant, and that's what you're ruling on, there are possible ways that we could address the addition. And I guess I was looking to, is this a process where we can work with the staff to help to change y'all's view? Or is this something where, you're going to just deny and then we have to go?
So I'll let the staff speak to that. I will tell you on the agenda and on the notes that we received, your request is a demolition of more than 50% of the roof structure and more than 50% of the exterior wall structure of a contributing rated 1-story single family residential building. I'll let the staff respond to that.
Because this is a partial control district, we don't have any jurisdiction over what would be constructed. So we're concerned about what they're proposing, but we don't have any jurisdiction over it. So they wouldn't go to the architecture review committee. And it's not something that we would, work with them to modify the design. However, we have had other applicants that have been deferred back, such as the one that was on Newcomb Place, where the architects did choose to provide modified designs, which we would definitely welcome if that was the recommendation of the commission.
Brian, we had the same thing on St. Anne in my district, where they worked with you and they came back with a camelback and you guys came up with a solution. So I mean, those things are, but.
Right. I just want to make sure that it's clear that it isn't something that, not to the level of in a full control district where there would be that sort of deferral back and forth.
Thank you.
Correct. And essentially we have guidelines that talk to the partial districts, explain exactly in terms of what that percentage is. And so if the applicant is interested, we could recommend a deferral to allow you time to work with the staff to come up with a solution that does fit within the guidelines in terms of review of demolition.
Because I believe it's the roof that's really the major change. Because when it comes to the walls, we actually, I don't know. Anyway,
do we have a? I'm looking through this one. Do we have a percentage on this one? I did see it just a second ago, I think. Can we just pull that drawing up?
So the rear wall is unchanged. It's only the 2 side walls.
Part of the issue with this proposal is that generally, when we review demolitions of roof, we request that they be set back at least 2 original rooms. And so the concern about this proposal is there was demolition in excess of that traditional boundary and concerns that very little of the original house would remain. But if they wanted to explore a design that removed less of the roof, perhaps added a 2nd story instead of expanding, to the side as much as and forward, that could be something we could bring back to you next month.
Absolutely. Is that something you're interested in doing in terms of a deferral?
Definitely something that we would be happy to discuss, although I will tell you that in the neighborhood, camelbacks are generally very frowned upon. I was specifically asked by neighbors if we would be camelbacking our house when they saw the notice in our front yard and they received the postcards. So I was under the impression that it would be more in keeping with the historic facade of the house to add back behind the house and on the sides rather than raising to a camelback. But if it's in fact favorable for us to do a camelback, that's something that we would look into. I thought that was frowned upon.
It's favorable to stay within the guidelines that are published online for HDLC, which is what we all use in terms of reviewing applications, both the staff and this commission. So absolutely, we would love you to stay within the guidelines that are published, if that makes sense. And often we do see camelbacks. Sometimes we do get camelbacks that are set back 2 rooms, but slightly exceed the 50% rule, and we have made exceptions for those. And again, that's in review of looking at, it's 2 rooms, but it might be 53%, 55%, something like that. So again, but that's not the proposal we're looking at today. And so again, we either need to make a motion on this and move it forward, or we're offering, if you'd like to take the opportunity to take a deferral for 30 days and work with your architect and see if you can come up with something, and with the staff that's within the guidelines and is could be recommended for approval.
So I just want to make a quick note about the demo calculations. So if you look at the second line on it, it's actually wall encapsulation demolition. So this is a good example of what encapsulation means, that is constituting that. So, and that's a higher percentage than even the roof. So
okay.
Again, speaking to the camelback and then adding to the sides, if that helps anybody.
Currently, you have a recommendation from the staff for denial on this application. Again,
so if we do defer and we go back to the drawing board and we submit something to the permit office that meets y'all's guidelines, we have to wait 30 days to come back, like.
you would work with the staff, you'd be on next month's agenda. And at that point, it would be reviewed, and hopefully you've worked with the staff to come up with something that's.
But if I reduce it below 50%, is there a reason for us to even be here?
No.
Okay.
You won't have to be. So if it's slightly over, then yeah, you come back. If you meet the guidelines, the staff can approve it and we don't see you.
Okay. I think then we should move to defer.
Okay. Commissioner Bruno, this is in your district. The applicant's requesting a deferral.
I move that the applicants work with the staff to come up with a plan for this house that conforms to our standards.
So we're deferring the application. The motion is to defer the application 30 days. Is there a second on that motion? Commissioner Wakeman seconds. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. To the applicant and to the architect, we'll see you in 30 days. Thank you for working with the staff on this one. And good luck with your project. Item C, 8714 Jeanette Street. 8714 Jeanette Street. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Gus Perez, 8714 Jeanette Street.
Thank you. Staff.
This is an application for demolition of more than 50% of the wall structure and more than 50% of the roof structure for construction of an addition at a 1-story single-family residential building in partial control Carrollton. This single shotgun appears to contain the original structure, a bakery that was present on the site in 1895. Between 1895 and 1909 Sanborn maps, we do not see much alteration to the massing or footprint, although the setback was changed. FEMA surveys estimate the building's construction as occurring between 1885 and 1895. From Sanborn maps, it appears that rear additions were added before 1909 and again between 1909 and 1951. The home is one of the few remaining single shotguns in this residential area and is an example of New Orleans vernacular architecture. The presence of this humble single speaks to the Carrollton area's history as a working class residential area. The single shotgun is a rapidly disappearing vernacular building type, as most have been engulfed by later additions. As we do not have jurisdiction over proposed development plans, staff has no objection to the proposed demolition, provided that the setback of the addition is 2 original rooms from the front of the building as per HDLC guidelines.
Thank you. So the applicant, do you wish to address the commission? You have 2 minutes.
No.
Oh, all right. No minutes. That's great. Thank you. Is there any public comment on this application? No public comment. Commissioners, this is in the Carrollton partial district.
It's Lisa. That's right.
I'll make a movement that we go along with the staff's recommendation of no objection.
Thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Hackenberg seconds. All those in favor? All those, oh, do I need to wait?
She's in the bathroom.
All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you and good luck with your project. 2030 Octavia Street, is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Name is Dennis Rubion. I'm at 2030 Octavia Street.
Thank you. Staff?
This is an application for the demolition through elevation of a contributing rated 1.5-story, 2-family residential building. Based on FEMA research, 2030 Octavia was built between 1890 and 1900, then the period of significance. The building retains its original 19th century massing, raised basement, and eclectic details. At this time, staff has no objection to the demolition through elevation.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission? You have 2 minutes.
I think so. Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this application? No public comment. Commissioners, this is an Uptown partial district. Commissioner Bruno?
Sorry, how much is the house being raised?
A total of 2.5 feet, as shown in the current drawings markup.
I thought that our rule was any raising of a building was demolition. Am I confused about that?
That's why it's before you.
Yeah.
So it requires review, but the staff doesn't object to it because it's not a drastic amount that it's being raised. It will make it a habitable space, but it is not objectionable according to the staff.
Commissioner Hackenberg, do you have a comment?
Yeah, this is a rare case where we're seeing an elevation that the staff is recommending for approval. I think we definitely want to allow this person to go forward when they've worked with the staff and come up with a solution that's approvable.
Any additional comments or questions from commissioners? Do we have a motion for this application?
I move that we approve the application.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruno. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner King seconds. All those in favor? All those opposed? I will vote with the majority, as I always do.
Who was opposed?
Commissioner Wake, was Commissioner? No? Okay, all right, I'm sorry, I was like, oh, okay. So everyone is in favor, great. Thank you and good luck with your project. Thank you. Old business retention applications, 1437 St. Andrew Street. Is the applicant present? Yep. And Commissioner Hackenberg will need to recuse himself from this application.
That was the architect of record on the project.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Nicole Weber, Weber Consulting, 2131 Bienville Street.
Thank you.
This is an application for the retention of tile cladding on front stairs on a contributing rated raised basement multifamily residential building without a certificate of appropriateness. At the last, well, not the last, yes, the last meeting, it was voted to defer this action to today's meeting. So just the brief history, 2 C of As were issued for this property, one in 2017 and one in 2020. Both expired due to inactivity. Follow-up inspection for the potential continuation of demolition by neglect was conducted in September of 2022. At that time, it was noted that the inappropriate pocked stone tile had been installed on top of the risers and treads at the building's front staircase. Buildings of this style and age would originally have unclad masonry and concrete stairs. Decorative tile would have never historically been part of the porch finish. Staff worked with the applicant to abate other violations and deviation of the C of A and working without a C of A with the proviso that the stair cladding and inappropriate light fixtures would be changed. Staff also does not feel it is appropriate to embellish the concrete deck, which in itself is not historically appropriate material. As there are many existing concrete porches in the historic district, staff is concerned about setting a precedent of installing decorative tiles on porches where there's no evidence that they previously existed. Staff recommends, again, denial of the retention application.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
Yes, so previously at the last commission meeting, unfortunately, because not all the commissioners were here, we were not able to have a majority vote. Is that correct? But the majority of you did vote for one exception of one of the commissioners. Just to kind of refresh your memory, or if you weren't here, and for the audience, the building that's here, it was originally a Italianate style home. And we provided in our application, it should be in your packet, the Sanborn maps and images of the next door property. So it was originally Italianate, and then in the 1950s, or excuse me, 1920s, the building was raised. And at that time, that's when it took on more of craftsman style. And it's still evidenced by the windows and other details to show that kind of remaining Italianate. So it really is a mixture of arts and crafts, or craftsman style and Italianate. Additionally, in the HDLC guidelines, it does talk about the use of natural materials, and this being a travertine veneer that was used. So it is a natural material. There's other examples that we have provided of the use of the natural materials in an arts and crafts style property. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? I have a speaker card from Lily McNee in support of the project. Understood. Is there any additional public comment on this application? Okay, no additional public comment. Commissioners, we did hear this application at the last meeting. I believe many of the commissioners who were here are here this time as well. Is there any comment on this application? Is there anyone? This is in the Lower Garden District, full control. We do not have a commissioner present for that district. Do I have a motion on this application?
I have a question. How expensive or laborious would it be to remove the travertine tiles?
Extremely. And then I neglected to note, but I did note at the last commission meeting that not only did SHPO, but also National Park Service approve the use of the material. And the gentleman, the consultant who handled the historic tax credit project, there's a letter in the packet from him as well, stating that he discussed specifically the steps and that they had no issue with the use of the veneer. So yes, it would be, to answer your question, Commissioner, it would be extremely expensive and cause issues in the removal of the cladding, which was applied to the existing concrete stairs.
Thank you. And why does it look like the brick changed? Is that only because was the brick on the left? I mean, originally or most recent?
That's the original brick original from when it was, the building was raised in the 1920s. So they actually returned the brick. It had been painted and they returned it to its original finish.
I see.
Please note that was a violation. HDLC does not allow a painted brick to become unpainted.
Right.
And so that violation was abated as part of working previously with the applicant.
Thank you. Commissioner Bruno, Commissioner Green, anyone have a motion on this application?
I move that we approve the application for retaining the steps, the travertine on the steps.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bruno. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Wakeman seconds. Is there any additional comment between commissioners? All those in favor? We may need to roll call this one.
Okay, roll call vote. Jennifer Green,
No.
Donna Wakeman,
Yes.
Stephanie Bruno,
Yes.
Jason King,
Yes.
Annie Clark,
No.
Heather Zapari,
No.
Anne Red.
Yes.
The motion fails to pass. Well, we need Jenny West to vote.
What was the numbers again?
It is it's 4-3 currently. So there is
Oh,
no majority to vote.
There's
with.
no majority. I'm gonna vote no.
So the motion fails to pass 4-4.
I'm going to see if there is an interest in recalling another vote, given we are split. I don't know that we will get any movement. So with that, this goes forward as a no action vote. Is that correct? So your application has no action, and has been, basically you'll be at city council with this one. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to city council in writing, and the staff will furnish you with the details of the appeals process. Thank you and good luck with your project. Okay, 1201 St. Mary Street. Is the applicant present? Please step forward and state your name and address for the record.
Warner Brent Day, 1201 St. Mary Street.
Thank you. Staff?
This is an application for the retention of the demolition of 3 chimneys and the removal of ridge tiles on a contributing rated 2-story single-family residential building without a certificate of appropriateness. At last meeting, the commission deferred this action for this meeting as the applicant was not here. Staff recommendations. As the chimneys were removed without HDLC approval or permits, but have not been reconstructed, staff recommends that the retention application be granted. Although the staff is recommending the retention application be approved, this is not to be misconstrued as the staff condoning such inappropriate removal. The rhythm and placement of the chimneys typically reflect the internal organization of the building and represent an important building feature. Removal of historic chimneys is only approved by the HDLC if they are structurally deficient. Staff also recommends the denial of the retention of the removal of ridge tiles with the replacement to be part of a current application for a roof replacement.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
Yes, a couple of things. Thank you. Number one, the ridge tiles should be intact. They should be there. And that's no problem. Thank you for considering the application. This has been quite a process. I have been what I consider to be a good steward for this house. I love this house. I've worked very hard on it. Bought it about 10 years ago. I was traveling when I got an urgent call from a contractor who was on the roof for another reason. Said these chimneys must come down immediately. There, as you can see, the chimneys were right over Camp Street sidewalk. He said they were crumbling. There was no way to repoint them. You touched them and they were basically crumbling. And so I did, without really appreciating what the process was, apologize for that. But finding a company to replace these chimneys over time has been quite an issue. I have been working with the members of the committee here to replace these chimneys at the appropriate size and scale. Ultimately, we all came to the conclusion, I believe, that fake history is worse than no history. And so that's why we are here today for certificate of retention. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess just as a note in the future, if you get a call from your contractor and you're out of town, you should notify the city in terms of doing this, but I assume you've learned that lesson at this point. The staff on this one, so just as a note, the staff is recommending for the chimney removal to grant the retention, for the ridge tiles to deny the retention with the ridge tiles to be reinstalled within the scope. And they list the application number. It sounds like the applicant is more than willing to do that work. So with that, this is in the Lower Garden District. Is there, well, do we have any public comment on this application? No public comment. Do we have a commissioner who wants to speak on this or make a motion? Nope. Commissioner Red.
I'm in the Garden District, which is next door, so I'll be happy to go ahead and move that we approve the retention of the chimneys as stated in the staff recommendation.
There's a second part to it. Second is the ridge tiles. The staff is recommending denying the ridge tiles.
I move to, okay, so
I believe the
did you
ridge
say
tile-
the ridge, I think the ridge tile problem is solved. Is that correct, staff?
My understanding is there, yeah, a few were blown away during Hurricane Ida. And since they've been replaced, and I have confirmation of that through another avenue down here. I'm not quite sure who and when, but since then, yes. Ridge tiles, I'm happy to put back. And again, my understanding is they're there.
But the applicant agrees with the staff, whether or not they're missing or the staff's recommendation to deny retention with ridge tiles to be reinstalled with the scope pending.
I am in my motion to say such.
Thanks. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Commissioner Sapari seconds. All those in favor? All those opposed, the motion carries unanimously. Your application has been denied by the HDLC Commission. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to City Council in writing. The staff will furnish you with the details of the appeals process. Thank you and good luck with your project. All right, on to new business retention applications, 721 7th Street. 721 7th Street is the applicant present. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Joshua Gramlich, 2610 Second Street.
Thank you.
This is an application for the retention of inappropriate windows and sills in HVAC platforms at a non-contributing rated 3-story single-family residential building in deviation of a certificate of appropriateness in the Irish Channel. The approved drawings show all side and rear windows to be 1/1 with final specifications to be submitted to the HDLC staff prior to the purchase and installation. The windows were not submitted to staff for review and do not meet the guidelines as they are flush mount with internal muntins. Staff recommends that the most visible windows be replaced with new windows that do meet the guidelines and that all window openings receive a proper windowsill. The most visible windows are the first 4 windows on the left elevation, 2 on the first floor and 2 on the second floor, and all of the windows on the right elevation due to the visibility from Chippewa Street. For the HVAC, the approved drawings showed 2 separate platforms for 2 separate HVAC units. However, once installed, the addition of the mini splits required much larger platforms than approved. As the installation is visually obtrusive from both Chippewa Street and 6th Street and are not per the approved drawings, staff recommends denial of the retention with the HVAC and mini splits to be relocated.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
Yeah, so we're gonna start with the AC platforms. I'd like to work with y'all to figure out how to address that because there's nowhere else to relocate those AC units to. I mean, is there a way we could reduce the size of the platform and cut it back?
This is in, I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Hackenberg. This is in your district.
You'd have to work with the staff on that. With platforms reduced, and I have to say, this is about the worst case of mechanical platforms I think I've seen since I've been up here, at least ones that have made it before us. It might be possible that if they reduce down, you could put the mini splits between the 2 of them on the back. Otherwise, you may have to lower them down somewhere. I know you don't want to put them in your yard, but they'd be getting close to the yard or on the wall somewhere. You'd really have to work with the staff on that. I would not be completely objectionable to that if they're between the 2 main units and they're brought down. But I have to defer to staff and get their opinion with that.
I think the windows, I don't think they can move them for code because of the windows at the rear.
The windows, yeah.
The windows, okay. You may not be able to per code, but I think we're gonna have to sit down with the staff and try to find a solution of where you can put this.
Okay.
To the applicant, do you wish to address the staff's comments on the windows and the window replacement?
Yeah, we weren't notified of having to submit the side elevation vinyl windows. We got the COA with the approval on the vinyl windows, so we went with that.
I approved windows for the front facade that were wood, but the drawings all say submit all new windows to staff for approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Hackenberg.
Yeah, unfortunately, the view from Chippewa Street is pretty direct onto the side. I'm real familiar with the property. I actually was the architect on the house next door, so I'm pretty familiar with the views. The left-hand side, I know the staff is saying recommending replacing the first 4. I could see just with the narrowness of that alley, the house next door is less than 18 inches off the property line. So it's quite tight and difficult to look down. I could reduce that to just the first 2 up and down windows on that side. It's also tight again on the right-hand side. I could limit, at least from the front, I don't know if it's how many windows are on that side. Could limit that to just the first front 3, but then we have the ones visible from Chippewa, which are just completely exposed. There's really no way, and those are through lots, so there's not like something's going to get built in front of them. You'd want to say something?
Hi, yes, I'm the owner, Megan Solarian. So Bo was actually supposed to be here. He was going to be in favor of not having to replace everything and being the direct neighbor, seeing most of the windows. And then we talked to Adele Hunt, who owns that Chippewa Street lot, and they're planning, and I think it's been put upon you and approved of a 2-story building that's going up there in that empty lot within, these next year or so, which would then greatly reduce the visibility of
Yeah,
all
and the
that.
problem is, you really built up high, so they're really high, and there's just no quick solution to cover them. I think what we're looking at, the one on the lower left, we could probably leave. It's kind of down there amongst the fences. I think those other 4 are really problematic. I also agree with the staff that we need a proper sill on the windows. That's going to affect.
Yeah,
the look of them a lot.
The seal or anything of that nature, and we want to work with you as best. This project's been going on for like 4 years, and we moved to New Orleans because we love it and we love the architecture, and we wanted to do good from the house that was previously in the spot that we lived in to kind of make it to your level and to your standard. And it's just been now like 4 years going on, and we just want to work with you guys.
We're trying to work with you here, and these were put in. These are unapproved. All of the windows. From our perspective, we could have you replace all of them, but I think we don't really want to do that. And I know this project has been going on long because this broke ground before your neighbor started his addition, which was a while ago. So that would basically encompass what my motion would be if there are any other commissioners that have any other input. If not, I'll make a motion to deny the retention of the rear mechanical platforms in their current configuration, and let you work with the staff to come up with an acceptable solution and location for those mini splits. I will allow the retention of the windows with the exception of the first 2 on the left side, the first 3 on the right side, and the 4 upper windows facing Chippewa. And also all the windows need a proper sill installed, and you can work with the staff on that as well. All right.
Thank you for your motion. I just want to call, is there any additional public comment on this application? No additional public comment. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to the motion? Commissioner Sapari, thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Your application's been denied by the HDLC Commission. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to City Council in writing. The staff will furnish you with the details of this appeals process. Thank you and good luck with your project. Item B is 3141 Laurel Street. This item has been removed from the agenda. Item C, 1317 Ursuline Avenue has been removed from the agenda. Item D, 4131 North Rampart Street. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Afternoon, my name is Corey Fitzpatrick. I live at 4131 North Rampart.
Thank you. Staff?
This is an application for retention of removal of existing ridge caps and installation of an inappropriate R panel roof at a contributing rated one-story single-family residential building without a C of A in full control Bywater. 4131 North Rampart Street is a Creole cottage residential building with limited Greek revival detailing. Per aerial photographs, the building's roof sustained damage during Hurricane Ida. And by February of 2022, the existing shingle roof and ridge tiles have been replaced with a blue R panel roofing system. In 2023, of February 2023, an HDLC violation was placed at the property for work completed without HDLC review and approval. And at that time, the building's roof replacement of when the roof was replaced, the HDLC did have a policy in place that allowed for shingle roofs to be replaced with shingle brands and colors that were not on the approved list. However, this policy did not extend to altering the roof from shingle to metal, nor did it include the removal of existing ridge tiles. Per the HDLC guidelines, this type of metal roofing system is not appropriate for contributing rated buildings. And in addition, the blue finish is not typical of a metal finish that would be typically approved. Because replacing the inappropriate metal roof would be cost prohibitive and is obviously already installed, staff recommends that the metal finish be recoated with a more neutral finish to minimize the overall visibility of the currently blue color finish.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to say, really appreciate the work that y'all do here. We love living in the Bywater. As a family, where we want to start our family. We want to live there for a long time, and the work that y'all do keep it the neighborhood that we want to be in. So thank you for that. We want to be the good guys. We want to work within your guidelines. No, our family was devastated after Ida. We lost a significant amount of the roof and probably most of the ridge stones and tiles. And
can you speak into the mic, please?
yeah, sorry. I used to bending down like this. But yeah, so I mean, after Ida, we were just scrambling to find a roofer that would put a roof on our house within the year, within 6 months. And so we just went with the first one we had. A company out of Gulfport. We didn't realize that they didn't work with y'all. We obviously, that shame on us. We are first time home buyers. Had we known, we would have corrected that. But unfortunately, they didn't. And so we wanted to put a metal roof on to ensure that never happened again. It's pretty devastating. So,
yep.
I'd also like,
state your
sorry,
name and
I'm
address for the record.
Madeline Fitzpatrick, 4131 North Rampart Street. I'm Corey's wife. I also just wanted to say, I 100% support everything he just said. When Ida hit, like he said, we were just trying to find the first roofer because I would say 70 to 80% of our roof was gone. One of the other reasons that we went with metal on this site, it's not really pictured so well here, but the way our house sits on that corner, we sit on an open corner. So this is not the first time that a hurricane has damaged our roof significantly. Zeta did the same thing. We opted to repair it with the original shingles then, but because Ida was much stronger, we lost all of the capping and the tiling that came off during the storm. And because of the amount of damage that was done, and this wasn't the first time, that's why we decided to go with metal. Again, we didn't know that that was not approved. As far as the finish goes, we're more than happy to work with the staff on that. We'd be happy to change that to bring it into compliance with whatever is best.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for being willing to work with the staff in terms of finding refinish with a neutral color as they're recommending. This application it's in Bywater, which is my district. I think just as a reminder for anyone who's at home or watching or first-time homeowners, check your HDLC listing. You are in a full control, so anything that you do on the exterior of this home that's visible from public right-of-way, is that, even if you're not sure, just check with the staff because you don't probably want to be here again. And so, but we can certainly understand that mistakes happen. I cannot make a motion on this, but I will ask if there's any additional public comment on this application. No additional public comment. Is there a commissioner willing to make a motion on this application?
Sure,
Commissioner
I
Wade.
will. I move that we accept the staff's recommendation and permit the retention of the metal roof, but require them to refinish it in a neutral color.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Bruno seconds. All those in favor? All those opposed, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you and good luck with your project, and thank you for working with the staff. Yeah, thank you. All right, item E 2231 St. Claude Avenue is the applicant present. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Ron Lazel, 530 South Norman C. Francis, Zach Smith Consulting.
Thank you.
This is an application for the retention of visually prominent roof-mounted HVAC units installed at a non-contributing rated one-story commercial building in deviation of a C of A and full control Marigny. The front and most visible unit on the roof was installed close to the front building wall and was also rotated 90 degrees such that the longer edge of the equipment was made more visible from the street. Additionally, the rear two units are considerably larger in overall size than the submitted and approved specifications. The equipment as currently installed is considered visually prominent from several vantage points along St. Claude Avenue corridor. Staff also has concern that the installation of the front unit may not meet the comprehensive zoning ordinance, which requires a minimum setback of 6 feet and for the equipment not to be visible from the street. The current setback provided is only 3'4" from the left side building wall. Based on this, and with the understanding that the cost of relocating the equipment could be prohibitive and that the equipment may still remain partially visible and potentially prominent from the street, staff has no objection to the request for retention. However, staff recommends proviso that the C of A will not be issued until the applicant is able to verify the installation meets all safety and permits and CZO requirements, or until they obtain a waiver from the Board of Zoning Adjustments.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission? You have 2 minutes.
Yes, we would like to thank the staff for their work on this and for all that they do, and for you commissioners as well. We support the staff's recommendation, and we're fine with the proviso.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this application? No public comment. Commissioner Wakeman, this is in your district.
One comment I would like to make is that I really think it would be wonderful if we could assess a fine when people fail to follow the approved COAs that are issued, because, you know, there is a fine that is.
Yes, in order to appear today, they paid $250 because the work was in deviation of a C of A. But if they had no C of A issued at all, it would be $500.
Yeah.
And it's an application fee, not a fine. We are not allowed to fine for those types of items.
Too bad. But in any case, I move that we approve the staff recommendation of issuing a COA after the ruling by the CCO.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. And that is in agreement with the staff's recommendation, just to clarify. Yes, thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Commissioner Hackenberg seconds. All those in favor? All those opposed?
You would need to vote.
I'll vote with the majority.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you and good luck with your project. Okay. 2724 St. Claude Avenue. Is the applicant present?
Before we move on, I have a question for the staff about that last one.
Yes.
Is it possible that the CZO would say, no, they had to move that unit?
That's the question. So yes, there are regulations in the CZO and in the building codes regarding locations of mechanical equipment.
Okay.
So that's why we will not issue a C of A that is in deviation of what's approvable.
I gotcha. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, on to the next item, 2724 St. Claude Avenue. Is the applicant present?
Yes, hi, Kimberly Finney, 425 First Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70130.
Thank you. The staff will make their presentation and we'll hear comments following.
This is an application for the retention of demolition of a non-original rear lean-to, removal of one masonry chimney, removal of roof ridge tiles for installation of new standing seam metal roofing and construction of a new 655 square foot rear addition at a contributing rated one-story, two-family residential building without a C of A and full control Marigny. For the rear addition, in December 2022, HDLC observed work at the building without a permit or C of A and posted a stop work order. The applicant has now applied for retention. This was reviewed at the previous ARC meeting, and they recommended approval of the addition with no other comments. Based on this, staff recommends the commission vote to ratify the ARC recommendation for conceptual approval and grant approval for the retention of the new addition. For the removal of one masonry chimney, the applicant noted that it was at the rear roof of the building and was removed due to damage and deterioration following Hurricane Ida. However, documentation related to the condition of the chimney has not been submitted, so staff is unable to verify whether the chimney was deteriorated or structurally deficient to warrant its removal. The rhythm and placement of chimneys typically reflect the internal organization of a building and represent an important exterior building feature. Removal of historic chimneys is only approved by HDLC when structurally deficient. And while HDLC staff does not condone the removal of historic chimneys without approval, this exterior architectural feature has been removed, and reproducing historic chimneys can be difficult, cost prohibitive, and lead to other issues such as flashing and water intrusion at the roof. Based on this, staff has no objection to the retention request. And then finally, for the removal of ridge tiles and the installation of standing seam metal roofing, the applicant began the process of removing these English V roof ridge tiles and asphalt shingles for installation of standing seam metal. And the metal roofing is currently installed at all roof slopes located behind the primary side gable roof line. The applicant has confirmed they will not install standing seam metal at the front, more visually prominent area of roof, and will instead install asphalt shingles with ridge tiles reinstalled along the ridge. While staff does not condone the removal of the ridge tiles, the rear area of the roof, because this proposed strategy would limit the new standing seam metal to only rear portions of the building with less visibility and would restore the previous asphalt shingles and tiles at the highly visible historic portion of the building, staff has no objection to the request to retain the standing seam metal roof as installed.
Thank you. So the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
I'd just like to say that we are in agreement with the staff's recommendations, and going forward, I'll be the architect of record on the project and keeping it on track.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this application? No public comment. Commissioners, this is in the Marigny. Commissioner Wakeman.
So I've already made my comments regarding my feelings of people who work outside of COAs and who don't follow said COAs. But in any case, I move that we accept the staff recommendations of approving the retention of the rear additions, approving the removal of the chimney, and approving the retention of the standing metal roof, standing seam metal roof, with the clear understanding that the visible front roof will be shingles with ridge tiles.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Bruno seconds. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you and good luck with your project. Okay, on to the next item, 4914, 4916 North Rampart. Is the applicant present? Please step forward and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Lana Guerra, 4914 North Rampart.
Thank you.
So I
Staff-
bought the house
Oh.
up here.
The staff will make their presentation and we'll hear your comments following. Thank you so much.
This is an application for the retention of installation of inappropriate vinyl windows and wood window trim at a contributing rated one-story, two-family residential building in deviation of a C of A and full control Holy Cross. A renovation application was submitted primarily for interior work and included installation of new gutters and downspouts. After reviewing the property, staff noted that the original windows and window trim on the right side had been removed sometime between 2014 and 2015, and inappropriate windows and trim were installed without approval. At that time, the inappropriate windows were 9/9 internal Munton vinyl windows with half screens and inappropriate unpainted trim. The applicant agreed to replace those items as part of the overall renovation project, and a C of A was issued in October of last year. Unfortunately, neither the applicant or contractor provided the proposed window specifications for review, and the new replacement units and trim that were installed at the left and right sides of the building do not meet the guidelines. The current vinyl windows are now 6/6. However, they do not utilize simulated divided light, have inappropriate apron trim below the sill, and the unpainted casings installed are much thicker than the required 5/4 inch size. Staff appreciates that the applicant tried to work with HDLC to correct these items. However, the current issues could have been avoided if the windows had been submitted and approved, and the approved details followed. While the windows at both sides are visible from the street, they've been correctly adjusted from 9/9 to 6/6 and now more closely relate to the age and style of the building. Based on this, staff recommends the commission vote to approve the request for retention of the windows with a proviso that all inappropriate wood trim be removed and replaced with standard flat 5/4 inch painted wood trim and sills, and that simple wood window screens be installed at the left and right sides to help obscure the view of the inappropriate window units from the street.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do because I'm on an FHA loan. So when all this was done, started, it took me 6 months to find a contractor that would even work in my neighborhood because it's Holy Cross. So when I found the contractor, I didn't know, when he did the windows, I didn't know he had to do the we didn't know anything about the side of the windows because it was before I bought the house. So then when we finished all the renovations, we couldn't pass the inspection because of the windows. And then I've already spent all my FHA money on this. And then my FHA person wouldn't pay the contractor. So now my contractor wants to sue me because he didn't get paid in full. So it's just, I can't go back and use the same contractor. So I really don't know what to do about this because I've already replaced all the windows, used up all the funds on this. I'm a full-time painter. I'm an artist. So it's not like I have a normal paycheck. It comes and goes depending on the gallery sales. I did talk to Dennis about it and he said, the only thing he said, maybe we could put the mountings or some kind of things over the top of the windows. And maybe I was trying to ask one of the guys that was a worker under the contractor, because I'm not allowed to talk to the contractor because of him threatening to sue me. So the only thing I could think is maybe getting one of the guys who worked, he said he could like shave down some of the wood. I mean, I don't know anything. This is like not in my realm. I could try to like put the mounting, or right now I definitely cannot afford to redo all my windows again because I don't have that kind of income. It would take time.
Dennis, do you want to clarify? I saw you were grabbing the mic.
Yeah, I had recommended that she look into maybe seeing if Muntin grids would be available from the manufacturer to kind of install on the outside. That would give the appearance of a correct wood window, or, you know, a correctly detailed window from the street. Don't think that was an option. But there's also the case, if you look at one of the photos where she's taken a measurement, it almost looks like the trim is a new piece that was applied onto the existing. So it might be the case that that can be removed. The casings would be more, you know, in line with the guidelines. I think the wood sill could also be kind of modified so that the face is parallel to the wall with the drip line. And then basically the apron trim would need to be removed. But other than that, I think they're recessed enough that, you know, simple wood screens be able to be installed that would kind of obscure the view. But I think at a minimum, just replacing the trim and correcting that back to the correct depth, since it's so visually apparent on when you look at the building, and it looks like it can just be kind of removed without much other modification.
Okay, I'm going to first see, is there any public comment on this application? No public comment. I'm looking at Commissioner Hackenberg on this one.
Again, all right.
It's nice to have an architect on the commission.
Well, I mean, I appreciate very much Dennis, I think, has come up with some reasonable solutions that don't require you to replace all your windows. But you're going to need to find somebody who can work with them and make sure this gets done right and the corrections work out okay. And I mean, and thank you for coming and working with staff and trying to come up with a solution, because that's really what we want. With that, I'm going to make a motion to uphold the staff recommendation and approve the retention of the windows, but require the correction of the trim and the installation of screens. I would even say if the manufacturer makes a exterior mutton clip-on, you could do either that or screens, one or the other. And I think that's a pretty, I think that's a reasonable.
Should we give a time, like a longer period of time to get it done? So that, because what is it, what would it normally be? 90 days? Like,
Yeah, and a C of A is valid for 6 months. Dealing with violations, though, you're right. We typically do, the violation will say 90 days after issued, but the commission is in a position to consider hardship. And you could recommend a longer allowance of time, but that's at your discretion.
Yeah, I would allow an additional 90 days in the process just to give you more time to find a contractor and get everything lined up.
Okay,
That would be my motion.
thank you for the motion.
Just for clarification, so you're saying a total amount of time of 6 months?
No, an additional 90 days.
Okay, on top of the 6 months.
top.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I was, because I'm all for that. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Okay,
Does that make sense? Are you following? Okay.
9 months, yeah,
9 months.
okay. Yes, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to that motion? Commissioner Green seconds. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you for working with the staff on this and thank you for being here today. And good luck with your project. I will go ahead and read, given there is the word deny on here, I have to read this. The application has been denied by the HDLC Commission. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to City Council in writing. The staff will furnish you with the details of the appeals process if you wish to proceed that way. Thank you and good luck with your project. Thank you. Okay, the next item is 3069 Royal Street. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Catherine Harmon, LK Harmon Architects, 6238 Argonne Boulevard.
Thank you.
This is an application for retention of visually prominent conduit and an accessory structure at the rear yard installed at a non-contributing rated 1-story single-family residential building without a C of A in full control Bywater. 3069 Royal Street is a non-contributing single-family residential building that replaced an existing corner store in circa 1960. In 2021, a violation was placed on the property for working without an HDLC C of A. The 2021 violation case included 5 items, and in March 2023, a $500 adjudication fine was levied against the property for failing to fully bring the building into compliance. However, several items have since been abated, but there are 2 items that the applicant is seeking retention for. Mechanical conduit associated with HVAC equipment is located at the front facade facing Royal Street as well as the Cluette Street right elevation. Per the HDLC guidelines, mechanical equipment and should have minimized conduit, quote, and should be installed in a visually unobtrusive and rationally organized manner, end quote. And although fast-growing bamboo has since been planted throughout the property for screening, the conduit is still installed at locations that would and are visually prominent from the public right-of-way. Staff cannot recommend approval of the mechanical conduit, but leaves that decision at the discretion of the commission. In addition, HDLC violation was opened for the installation of an accessory structure at the rear of the property without an HDLC C of A. The tiki hut sort of cabana structure was constructed without HDLC review or approval. And prior to the meeting, HDLC staff received confirmation that the structure conforms to the city's CZO. And per the HDLC guidelines, accessory structures and secondary buildings should, quote, be subordinate to and visually compatible with the primary building without compromising its historic character, end quote. In addition, the HDLC discourages the installation of pre-manufactured or metal sheds, carports, and other outbuildings. And although located at the rear yard of a non-contributing building, the tiki hut structure is not in keeping with the guidelines listed above, nor is it really stylistically compatible with the surrounding Bywater district. Staff recommends denial of retention of the accessory structure.
Thank you. So the applicant, do you wish to address the commission? You have 2 minutes.
Okay, starting with the AC line, the owner is definitely willing to maintain the bamboo screen. In fact, on my first visit to the
She
house,
did say her name and address already. Yes, sorry, apologies.
on my first visit after being hired a few weeks ago, and after the fact, I didn't even see the AC line. I called him and asked him what he was talking about. And I went back and I did see the AC line, and it's not visible because of the bamboo. But I have advised him to go ahead and paint it if we are allowed to retain, go ahead and paint it to match the wall. Regarding the accessory structure in the back, it's not visible again due to a lot of bamboo planting. And it's really, you can't see it from either street, either public way. Unless you're really looking, and it is an open walled canopy. It's not a prefabricated shed at all. It's a aptly described tiki hut. It's perfectly to code. It's the setbacks are correct. It doesn't take up more than 40% of the rear yard. It's well done. It's not structurally unsound or anything. So we would respectfully ask to retain both items.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comments on this application? No public comment. This is in Bywater as well. This is I'm familiar with this property. It's actually a very visible property on all sides from the corner, and has been under renovation, or has over some time. I am going, again, I cannot make a motion on this. I'm going to look to see if there's another commissioner interested in speaking on this application. Commissioner Bruno.
I have a problem approving the conduit, because if somebody buys this building, cuts down the bamboo, and they're stuck with conduit that's inappropriate, I really have a problem with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruno. Is there any other comments on this application? I have one note just to the applicant, in that the rear accessory structure, it may meet zoning code, but it doesn't meet the HDLC guidelines. And so just to note that that's why it's here today being reviewed. And so just as a note to that, as a follow-up to your comments.
Yes, I realize that stylistically it doesn't, but perhaps it could be modified stylistically. Functionally important to the owner to have it. And I came in after the fact, so.
Yep, understood. Okay, so I cannot make a motion on this application. I'm looking to another commissioner who can do that. Commissioner Bruno.
I recommend that we deny the retention of the electrical conduit as it is, also of the accessory structure.
Thank you. Do we have a second on that motion? Commissioner Wakeman, thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? I'll vote with the majority. Commissioner King is opposed.
The motion carries.
The motion carries. Your application has been denied by HDLC Commission. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to the City Council in writing. The staff will furnish you with the details of this appeals process. Thank you and good luck with your project. Okay, moving forward, 1003 Independence Street. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Tim Taha, 2177 North Lexington Avenue.
Thank you. The staff will make their presentation and we'll hear comments following.
This is an application for retention of demolition of 2 chimneys at a contributing rated 1-story single-family residential building without a certificate of appropriateness and full control by water. Constructed in circa 1890, 1003 Independence Street is a corner building with combined Craftsman and Victorian era architectural detailing. Originally constructed as a double shotgun, the building was converted into a single-family residential building in 1993. On March 22nd, 2023, 2023, the HDLC received a neighbor complaint regarding ongoing work at the property, including the removal of a chimney. Less than 30 minutes later, an HDLC inspector posted a stop work at the building, and by that time, an additional chimney had unfortunately been removed. Following the stop work, an application was submitted for a larger scope of work, including retention of the demolished chimneys. As seen in the before and after photographs, the rhythm and placement of the existing chimneys not only added to the overall aesthetic interest of the building, but also reflected its internal organization. Although the HDLC does not allow for the removal of although the HDLC does allow for the removal of structurally deficient chimneys, that opportunity was not provided to the staff, and the chimneys were demolished without HDLC review or approval. And although reconstructing the chimneys would be preferable, the standard course of action in this situation is to allow for retention of the removed material. As such, staff has no objection to the retention of the demolished chimneys, and staff would like to reiterate that any work completed within a full control HDLC district requires the review and approval of HDLC prior to commencement of work.
Thank you. To the applicant, can you explain what happened here? Please address the commission.
So I didn't know that I couldn't demolish the chimneys.
Can you speak into the mic? I just want to make sure we can hear you.
Yeah, I didn't
you.
know that I can that I can't demolish the chimneys. There's 4 chimneys total that are right down the middle of that house. There's 8 fireplaces altogether, and it's right down the middle. So I wanted to knock down all of that to open up the space.
Are you the owner of the house?
Yeah.
So you own a house that's in a full of an HDLC full control district. As you heard us state, even on previous ones, you're also on a corner, which means you're highly visible. So if you didn't know before, you know now.
Yes.
It's really unfortunate that this happened. And unfortunate you didn't pursue a permit in order to even ask the question on this work. And so, again, to the staff's point, in terms of just reiterating to the public to, and the reason I read the speech every time before the meeting is you're located in the HDLC district and you do need to get a certificate of appropriateness or a C of A in order to do work. And at that point, you would have been informed that this is not allowed. At this point, the chimneys are lost. We've had discussions on this previously in terms of rebuilding the chimneys. I did want to ask the question, did you remove the interior structures as well?
Yes.
Okay. I cannot make a motion on this application. I do want to ask if there's any additional public comment on this. No additional public comment. Is there a commissioner willing to make a motion on this application or have questions for the applicant discussion? Commissioner Wakeman.
I move that we approve the staff recommendation to allow the retention of the demolition of the chimneys.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Commissioner King seconds. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Good luck with your project, and please note you're in a full control HDLC district.
I will. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. Item J is 833 Jordan Avenue. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Ariane Bovey, 833 Jordan Avenue.
Thank you. Staff.
This is an application for the retention of the installation of inappropriate windows at a non-contributing rated 2-story, 2-family residential building in deviation of a certificate of appropriateness. The application for the new construction of a 2-story, 2-family home was approved in October of 2021. The work commenced soon thereafter. In November of 2022, a visual inspection noted deviations in the construction of the building and stopped work. Staff worked with the applicant to discuss the deviations and abate them without going for retention. Construction was then allowed to move forward. Upon final inspection, it was noted that the windows installed are 9/6 ratio rather than equal sashes in the approved drawings. The applicant is petitioning the New Orleans Commission to allow the retention of the inappropriate windows at the front facade and side elevations. Staff recommends the denial of the retention of the front 5 windows with the replacement of the side elevation windows at the discretion of the commission.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
Yeah, I didn't hear the second part about the side windows.
With the replacement of the side elevation windows at the discretion of the commission.
Okay. So we're looking at two items on this retention application. The first one is the side elevations, which the staff has left at the discretion of the commission.
Mhm.
And then the front elevation, the front facade, the staff is recommending denying the retention of those windows.
Okay, to speak on the front elevation windows first. We were unaware that the sashes were, I guess, supposed to be the equal size. We did get a stop work order to adjust them so that they're the same height as the front door, all at the same level. We did that. We pushed them back. The recommended recessed amount or measurement, but the measurement of the sashes, the top to the bottom, it was a complete oversight. Like we didn't really realize, or we were unaware that they weren't the correct measurements. And as far as the side windows, I didn't even know that was on the agenda because when we first went over the plans, it was stated to me, and I believe it was approved, that the side windows, what's the problem with the side? Is it because they're vinyl, or that's the part I'm unsure
Staff,
about?
do you want to explain? I'm just looking.
Because I was more than sure that the vinyl was approved because it was the side of the house. If that's the issue, I'm not sure.
Equal sash windows were what were approved for the whole building.
Yeah, I think the sides are equal sash. It's just the fronts that aren't equal sash.
Does not appear that way from the photographs.
The side windows?
At least.
Yeah, the sides are.
I haven't been out there, but it on one side, it does look like they're uneven on the tighter side of the images we're seeing.
Those are the front. But I'm almost 100% sure that the sides are equal. And I don't have any images of those.
From the inside of the building, do the windows all look the same?
Looking at the photos, it looks like the majority of the windows are uneven sashes, except for the ground floor left-hand side.
Yeah. Those are the second floor uneven though.
Yeah. So there are some even sashed windows, but they're in the minority.
What about changes to the balustrade? Is that also something we're talking about today?
We only have the windows in front of us for retention. This is in the Holy Cross district. First, let me ask, is there any public comment on this application? No public comment. I think we could still discuss this application, and obviously if we went back and measured them,
That's what I was about to say.
if
I'm
they
more
were
than
half,
willing
I
to
just would
accept.
like to see this one move forward, so we're not deferring an application. I do think the front facade is a bit unusual, in terms of seeing that we don't normally see it, and again, this is in Holy Cross. We don't have a commissioner for that district right now. Is there a commissioner who's interested in speaking on this application? I mean, the risk we always run on these is if, you have drawings that show that are approved. Well, I guess first let me ask, do you own the house?
My fiance does, yeah.
Okay. So there are drawings that are approved when you go through this process.
Right.
And they are reviewed and stamped, and they're carefully reviewed. And this is in full control, which means it would have also gone to ARC to review as well. You
Correct.
probably remember that process, or he might.
And I'm pretty sure my plan examiner is tired of me because we emailed back and forth a million times.
That's okay. That's good. That's not a bad thing. So on the drawings, it shows that they are clearly equal sashes, and these are not equal sashes,
Yes.
and it is an unusual look to the front of the house. Generally, when we have the window retention applications, we very rarely accept a deviation on the front facade because it is so highly visible from the street.
Mhm.
So for that, and again, the staff is recommending denying that item and having those corrected on the front facade. And that's again, not setting a precedent that's unfair to other people who have come before, come after. We also don't want to set a precedent where your neighbor across the street thinks this is normal and approved. And so that's part of it. On the side elevations, we tend to review those in terms of how visible they are from the street and kind of analyze those one by one. It does appear that the upper sashes are not equal. Obviously, it seems like that needs to be, they've left that at the discretion of the commission. So that we as the commission could either accept retention of those side elevation windows or allow retention of a portion or deny retention of those. And if for some reason you go back and review with the plans reviewer and they happen to be compliant, then that obviously would override what we decide today. I don't really want to defer your application because quite frankly, we have a very long agenda today. A lot of these are because they were deferred from the last commission meeting and we'd like you to move on with your project and move into your house.
And I do have pictures of the interior from the second floor they are equal, if that's something that you guys are willing to look at.
I think the trick is now, we would just need, I think the plans examiner would need to go take a closer look at them.
That's fine.
But appreciate it. It's just hard sometimes to tell exactly where those photos are taken from.
Okay.
So with that, I think let's see if we can review this application and move it forward and get you in your house.
Perfect.
And again, thank you for sitting through a long agenda.
Thank you.
So, okay, with that, I'm gonna turn this over. I'm looking at Hackenberg. He keeps looking away from me. I'm gonna look at you again. How do you feel about walking through this one and making a motion?
Front windows need to be replaced. That goes without saying. I think the side windows, I mean, given the depth of the trim around them, I could probably see allowing, and the fact that some of them are equal, I think we could let those remain.
Okay.
So I would make a motion to deny the retention of the front windows and approve the retention of the side windows.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner King seconds that. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. I am going to read, given we have denied the retention of the front facade, I'm going to read the blanket statement I usually read. Your application's been denied by HDLC Commission. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to the City Council in writing, and the staff will furnish you with the details of this appeals process. And again, just to note, we have approved the side retention and are denying the front. So there's a compromise there. Thank you for being here today and good luck with your project.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Item K, 2509, 2511 Dauphine Street has been withdrawn. Item L, 2123 Soniat Street, is the applicant present? Please step forward and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ricardo Tenorio, 2439 Manhattan Boulevard.
Thank you.
This is an application for the retention of partial roof, facade, and exterior wall demolition at a contributing rated one-story single-family residential building without a C of A and partial control uptown. FEMA survey and Sanborn map research indicates the existing building was likely constructed between 1900 and 1910. On September 8th, 2022, HDLC Building Inspector Alex Nassar observed work at the site, including excessive demolition of the existing building, and verified that no building permit or C of A were applied for or issued. HDLC then placed a stop work order on the property. Staff worked with the applicant and advised that drawings would be necessary to complete the HDLC partial demo review and would also be required by safety and permits for their building permit review. Unfortunately, drawings submitted by the applicant at that time were not sufficient for demolition review and were returned for revision with notes on how to prepare complete updated drawings. This occurred for several iterations, and eventually a new consultant was hired and new drawings were submitted. So currently at the front facade, 100% of the original wall framing was removed and replaced. Additionally, the previous porch roof was removed to relocate the front gable closer to the street, encapsulating approximately 24% of the facade. And the current proposal also now calls for a new addition at the front yard, which will encapsulate 100% of the previous facade. At the exterior walls, approximately 56.6% have already been removed and replaced with new wall framing. And the current proposal also now requests demolition or reframing of all of the remaining rear portions of exterior wall. At the roof, while only about 16% has been removed thus far, the plans call for an alteration in the overall roof form that will include the removal and encapsulation of approximately 69% of the roof structure. The applicant is requesting retention approval of the demolition work already completed, as well as additional exterior wall demolition. At this point, the current proposal essentially calls for demolishing and replacing the entirety of the historic building fabric. Based on the contributing rating of the building, and because the applicant did not apply for a building permit or seek HDLC approval prior to commencement of work, staff recommends the commission vote to approve the request for retention and additional exterior wall removal and to levy a fine for this unpermitted demolition. Because this demolition was completed completed after August 1st, 2022, it's subject to the current demolition fine structure ranging from $1,000 to $27,285.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission? You have 2 minutes.
Yes, so we were actually hired at the late end of February, early March. We are the third firm on this project, basically because the rest of them abandoned it. The contractor, we have been in contact with him, which Mr. Dennis is also very familiar with, that he is a hard person to get in contact with. But the house does belong to a very elderly woman who did live in the city. She now lives with her daughter in California because she took a fall last year. So she's trying to rebuild it so she can move back home. And then our new proposal to encapsulate the front and bring it up to the surrounding houses and demo the rear portion is to try to meet the new CZO, considering that it is well over a substantial renovation at this point. And, you know, I've had multiple conversations with Mr. Dennis to kind of say, like, we'd like to preserve the house, but there's nothing left of the original house.
Who is the contractor on this project?
Mr. Richard Lindsay.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this application? No public comment. This is in Uptown Partial. This is again, just as a reminder to the commissioners, this work was discovered, did not have a building permit or a C of A. So all this work was originally unpermitted and the city didn't have the chance to review this. Commissioner Red. Yes.
You mentioned there was an elderly person who was living here. So who hired the contractor and what were they asked to do that if they supposedly wanted to move back in their home, then why was it basically almost destroyed?
Because the elderly woman, when she was living there, she had moved out. And then he was hired and then when he went in there, basically he was like, well, the wall is leaning and it's all termite infested. And he tried to plead his case when he came to our office. And my question to him was, you never got a permit. What made you think that you could go and tear this house down basically and rebuild it without a permit? So we are after the fact. He is trying to right his wrongs basically because he got caught. And I'm not going to stand up here and lie for him. But that's what we're here to move forward. And we're here to help this poor woman who basically lost her house in this process.
So it's your understanding that she contracted with him to renovate her house and this is what happened? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for telling the truth. And thank you for answering the questions thoroughly.
Can we clarify what we're going through? Like, because we've got the partial demolition that's occurred, and then are they asking for full demolition? Is that what's happening?
It's basically essentially a full demolition, based on the amount of demolition that's already occurred and the amount of additional demolition that they'd like. I think it's basically all of the facade would be encapsulated or removed. All of the exterior walls would be removed. And I'm not sure the exact amount of roof that would remain, but likely very little of it, of the original roof fabric. So it's essentially a demolition grade.
And I'm curious about the idea of bringing the front of the house forward to be in line with other houses in the block. How would that be? How would you make that happen? You encapsulate the front porch and you add on to the front?
Plan. Do you have the plans that I submitted elevations for the proposal? That's not them.
again, at this point, this is a partial district. We can't review what's going back. We can really only review the fabric that has been lost. And this is also in a retention. We're in new business retention, so again, it's also not under demolition just yet. It's under retention.
Oh, really?
Again, we have a number of items left on this agenda today, and I want to make sure we can get to all of them. As we do have some other fines coming up in front of us.
I guess kind of make it a little bit more sense. I guess is in our eyes, it's a full demolition and we would have to meet the new CZO. So we would have to be within a 3-foot variation of the two neighboring properties. And one is all the way at the street and one is pushed about 15 feet back. So that's what we're trying to align with those two houses in that retrospect, considering that if you go back to the original photos, when you're driving down the street, you can't even see this house until you're like on it. The only part that is essentially remaining is the part that he's already rebuilt.
And the front facade has been fully reframed already, so it's basically been fully demolished. So like the fact that they're adding an addition and obscuring it,
And all of that's
really
not,
the fact that it's already been demolished.
Here today, though, we're considering the retention of all of this, not it as a demolition of the house. Okay.
correct. That's how it's in front of us, is retention of the demolition.
And
Yes,
then the additional demolition of the rear.
Correct. Yeah, and then there's a fine that's attached to it as well. Because I'm assuming y'all would like to get a building permit, get the stop work order off and continue to get the homeowner back into her house.
I'm worried about the homeowners being able to afford the construction of a brand new house.
Yeah, it wasn't the plan. And we haven't been able to get in contact with her because our contact actually is the contractor. So as Mr. Dennis knows, it has been a difficult kind of situation that we're dealing with right here. That he is currently our only form of contact because we were hired by him.
Understood. Okay, so I realize there's a lot going on. We don't have the owner in front of us today. Just as a reminder, we have to review what's in front of us, the same way we review all these applications, regardless of who they're owned by. And so I'm hoping this is Uptown Partial. I know no one likes to fine, and I know this makes it real slow when we get to commission. Which is why we've asked for a committee to talk about this, so we can move a little faster, but do we have a commissioner who's willing to make a motion on this project? Commissioner Bruno, it's in your neighborhood.
Yes. I move that we vote to retain the demolition and to fine a minimal amount like $5,000, even though it merits much higher fine, but because of the owner's situation, I hate to fine it more.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to that motion? If we don't have a second to that motion, I would like to hear a commissioner tell me why you don't want to second that motion. And if it's because you feel like that fine is too low, just say it.
Well,
I feel that the fine is too low. I understand there's extenuating circumstances, but this was done without permits. This house is gone.
well, and my concern is that we don't actually have the owner here. So we're kind of taking the whole thing on trust, if you will, that this is an owner who is stressed. I don't know. I just think we don't have enough information, validated information to warrant such a small fine.
I tend to agree. I think the other thing that we've done with solar panel companies and other, when we've had this is this contractor sending this contractor a letter to remind them that they need to pull building permits for projects.
And also, this would be a civil matter between the property owner and their contractor that's torn their house down. So that's not really our concern.
Right.
That would be something that they need to handle.
Yeah, 100%.
I
In a
would-
way for
I-
us, it's almost like the owner doesn't exist because the contractor hired this person and we've heard about the owner, but it's not like,
And
I mean,
And
in
there's-
my opinion. it's not like it's a
I
real
will
person.
just say that the story that I'm giving
No,
you
I
is the
believe
story
you.
that was given to me.
No, no,
Right.
you're-
And we're not
Overall,
doubting you,
take
but
that back.
again, this is the conversation we have a lot of times. We don't know that this contractor doesn't own this building and isn't flipping it. Like, you just don't know a lot of these things. And again, we cannot take that into consideration in this discussion. I feel, and I've been encouraging, especially as these fines have gotten higher. We really need to look at it as what has been demolished, what is there now. And the fine, what makes sense with the fine range that we have and the fabric that is left. So, I know we've had lots of discussions about these as these fines have gone higher than $10,000, but that is why we spent so much time doing that.
Yeah, I would be more comfortable with $20,000 fine.
Okay. So we had a motion on the floor. It failed to get a second. Do we have a new motion on the floor? Commissioner Sapari, Commissioner Hackenberg. I'm just looking over here. Everybody was nodding.
Okay, make a motion to approve the retention of the demolition, and levy a fine of $20,000.
And Commissioner Hackenberg seconds. With that, public comment is closed. If the commissioners would like to discuss amongst themselves on this prior to a vote, let me know now. Is there any further discussion on this motion? No discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed?
The chair would need to vote.
I will vote with the majority. The retention has been granted, but a fine has been levied. And you have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to city council in writing, and the staff will furnish you with the details of this appeals process. Good luck with the project. We really appreciate you being here in the role that you serve. And thank you very much for being here and answering the questions. And good luck with the project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item. N24 St. Anthony Street. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is James Sewer. I'm the owner of the house in question at 1024 St. Anthony Street.
Thank you. Staff?
This is an application for the retention of removal of one masonry chimney, removal of original wood front entry door trim, removal of original ovalite door transom, installation of inappropriate front entry door and transom, and installation of inappropriate windows at the right side elevation of an existing contributing rated two-story single-family residential building without a C of A and full control Marini. For the masonry chimney removal, the applicant removed one of the two previously existing chimneys sometime between 2019 and 2021 without a C of A. Subsequently, the applicant has provided no documentation related to the previous condition, so staff is unable to verify whether or not it was substantially deteriorated. The rhythm and placement of chimneys typically reflect the internal organization of a building and represent an important exterior building feature. Removal of historic chimneys is only approved by the HDLC when structurally deficient. While HDLC staff does not condone the removal of historic chimneys without approval, this exterior architectural feature has already been removed, and reproducing these can be difficult, cost prohibitive, and lead to other issues. Based on this, staff has no objection to the request for retention. For the original wood entry door and transom, the applicant removed the existing wood front entry door, surrounding wood door trim, and original wood ovalite window, transom window sometime between 2019 and 21 without a C of A. The original ornamental wood Greek key style door trim was replaced with inappropriate flat trim. The entry door was replaced with a door that appears to be Spanish or Mediterranean in style and is not considered is considered inappropriate because it is not consistent with the overall type, style, and age of the building. Additionally, the original ovalite transom was removed and replaced with a rectangular plate glass transom that is not considered appropriate because it does not reflect the original size, shape, dimensions, profiling, or detailing of the previous transom. Because these changes do not meet the guidelines, were not reviewed or approved in advance, and are prominently located on the most visible elevation of the building, staff recommends the commission vote to deny the request for retention. Additionally, staff recommends the applicant reinstall the previously existing Greek key door trim and replace the entry door and transom with approvable new elements that match more closely with the building. And for the removal of the original windows, the applicant removed two 6/6 wood windows to the right side elevation sometime between 2019 and 21 without a C of A. The new window units are inappropriate because they do not have sash profiles and dimensions that match the previous wood windows, and because they do not utilize simulated divided light. Instead, the muntin grid is located only between the two panes of glass. Additionally, the window unit frame is nearly flush with the surrounding trim casing, which may preclude the installation of simple wood screens. Because these replacement windows do not meet the guidelines, are highly visible from the street, and because the scope of work was not submitted for review or approval, staff recommends the commission vote to deny the request for retention and recommends these windows be replaced with appropriate window units.
Thank you. To the applicant, you have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you. I just want to start by saying, apologizing about this house in February 2020. And then obviously COVID hit. It's my first house. I did not understand the governing body and what was proficient or not. So I think in regards to that, I included a thing. I would love to hear and work with the commission to try to fix some of these things. I have contracted with NOLA Wood Windows to fix the windows at the on the Camelback. And the work on that. I'm commissioned to start with them in about a month to fix some of these items. I think I'm asking, in terms of some of these items, if there's a way forward that we can work through for some of these. I think for the door specifically, it's a Spanish Revival style door. So I'd love to get the comment on whether or not something like that would just be approved or if it has to go back to Greek Revival. For the transom, I would be interested in understanding if there was an opportunity to look towards moving to something that's more of a rectangular shape to retain the current kind of existing aesthetic. Be happy to, yeah. And then the side windows, curious if there was an opportunity to retain the windows until such time when they fail and then replace them with just more historic windows based on the your guys' discretion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so is this it's your first time home buying and first time in a historic district, I assume?
Yes, yeah, I'm not even originally from here. My parents are from California, so.
Understood. So you purchased a home that's in a full control HDLC district, which means HDLC reviews everything from the public right of way. And if you're unsure, and you even have the slightest inkling of like, hey, do they actually see this or not see it? You should go ask.
Yes.
Okay, so you did this work without a C of A and I assume a building permit.
That's correct. A lot of these items were due to some deterioration of the existing materials. So the door itself was actually splitting in half. And so, just, to keep the door locked, it wouldn't even close anymore. So, and with the windows were leaking. I was having, so there was a variety of deterioration among some of the materials. So
We're all living in a swamp and it's constantly maintenance, we're maintaining all sorts of historic buildings. We understand. So with that, the way that this process works is the staff they have the staff work for the city. They spend hours reviewing these applications. There's a number of applications that never come in front of us. As you can see, the retention list is long when you don't ask permission.
yes.
And so for that, the best thing you can do is get to know your plan reviewer. You probably have to work with them regularly, but with that in mind, the commission, we volunteer our time and we're up here. Some are practicing architects, some are not. We do not review these applications in depth like the staff does. So in terms of, I think I just want to make sure it's clear in terms of your request for us to review this a little bit closer. We lean pretty heavily on the staff's recommendation and that they've been working with you and they've looked at it very carefully. And so I think on this, they've summarized it for us. It's the chimney removal. We never like to see a chimney get removed at all. We've tried before to put them back. It doesn't really, it causes another type of issue. So with that, they're saying they have no objection to that item. The front door and transom, and the trim on that, we never approve anything that looks like this. We have a guideline book online, which I'm sure you've looked at.
I have, yes.
You can also get a print copy too. But on that, we don't allow that. And we really don't usually override that because we don't want somebody going down the street being like, man, we really love that door. I'm just going to do it. And then the next thing you know, they're here saying, hey, across the street, he's got it. I love his door. It's a whole long thing. So again, not setting a precedent. And then for the windows, we really do the same anytime it's a front facing window on the facade, especially, and this one being, it's on the Camelback, it is highly visible. So I just want just again, the public watches this, anyone else who's here, just to give you kind of a way that this, we're not going at this lightly. We really kind of look to the staff, and really look at the guidelines on this. So anyway, just that's it. Commissioner King. Yeah. Yeah, put it down.
One of your recs is to go back with original door. He's saying it's, one of your recommendations is to go back with the original door, and he's saying it's split, so that's not an option. So what would be your follow-up on that, your fallback?
There's a bunch of different door options that would work, if like
But just not this one, yeah.
glazed door or, solid wood doors, like 4 or 6 panel or,
This is pretty, this is an unusual door to see. Yeah.
This one is just very much in the direction of a specific architectural style.
No, I understand.
It is
That's
consistent.
specifically to your comment. I wasn't positive.
And I'm sorry, I just again, for the new home buyers out there and just everyone else who's watching, just so everyone kind of knows what the process is. And why we, again, look to the staff in terms of the recommendations. Commissioner Wakeman, I'm sorry I've talked so much. This is in your district. I am going to ask, is there any additional public comment on this application? Yes.
Could I just note one thing too? In the presentation, it shows the Camelback window as being inappropriate, but he's also agreed to, he's maintained those original windows and he's agreed to reinstall those with the trim. So I removed that from the presentation, but you do still see it in this one photo. Just to
Great.
clarify, it's those 2 first floor windows.
Okay, thank you. There's no public comment on this application. Commissioner Wakeman, this is in your district.
So I wanted to make to you regarding the front door and the transom is that in some regard, it helps identify the building and place it in time, which of course is part of what we're looking to maintain with a full control district, just to kind of give you a rationale. So I would like to move that we support staff recommendations and with no objection to the chimney removal, i.e. retention of the chimney removal, but deny the retention of the front door, transom trim, and windows.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Commissioner Hackenberg will second. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. And your application's been denied by HDLC Commission. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to the City Council in writing, and the staff will furnish you with this details of this appeals process. Good luck with your home. Thank you for being here.
Do you mind if I ask a quick question?
Mhm.
In terms of the side windows, I noticed that there were several other applicants that had their windows approved today. And what, is there a reason why mine were not approved to be retained for a period of time?
Yes, I'm gonna.
I can just speak to that in that I had asked to see if there was a possibility for Muntin grids like the other application we saw, but I think you mentioned that they were only available for the top and not the bottom. So if the commission feels like that would be sufficient, that could be another option. But as I noted in the report, the windows appear to have a frame that looks almost flush with the trim casing. So I don't know if wood window screens would be able to be installed here without the windows being reset. So this doesn't have the same kind of options as at least the North Rampart and Holy Cross application that we just saw.
So did you understand the explanation that Dennis gave?
I think so, yes. Okay, thank you.
There are a few other factors. One is the visibility of the windows, and a front door. We denied retention on front facades today. So the side windows is the visibility of them more than anything else, and just sort of how far out of our standards they are. There are also other factors. Some people replace windows that were even worse than the ones that they replaced them with. So we're willing to give a little slack on that. But I mean, we look at each case individually and each situation, and each home is different and each location is different.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next item is 1837 State Street. Is the applicant present? Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Adrian Casbarian, 1837 State Street.
Thank you.
My name is Archie Casbarian, 1837 State Street.
Thank you. We'll hear the staff's presentation and hear your comments following.
This is an application of the demolition of more than the approved scope of work at a contributing rated 1.5-story, single-family residential building in deviation of a certificate of appropriateness. In 2020, an application was filed to remove 100% of the existing roof and more than 50% of the exterior walls. The eclectic raised basement home was constructed sometime between 1920 and 1930 within the period of significance. At that time, HDLC recommended the denial of the application. At the commission meeting held May 6, 2020, the commission was unable to reach a majority decision, resulting in a de facto denial. An appeal was made to the New Orleans City Council, and the demolition of 100% of the existing roof and more than 50% of the exterior walls was approved on June 18th of 2020. On February 23rd, 2023, a visual inspection was done by HDLC staff noted that the current demolition exceeded the approved drawing set. A stop work was not issued, and the general contractor and owners were notified immediately by HDLC staff. In the course of discussions, another in-depth inspection was requested by the applicant and performed by staff. The conditions at the front facade were poor and had a mixture of materiality comprised of wood, concrete, and brick. The mixture of these materials and the way that they were used, coupled with termite damage, gave little structural integrity to the walls above. The level of demolition approved by the New Orleans City Council was not a tenable reality from the beginning of this project. The staff recommends the approval of the demolition of more than the approved scope of work in deviation of the certificate of appropriateness.
Thank you. To the applicant, do you wish to address the commission?
Really just, we want to thank the HDLC staff. They've really helped us navigate through a lot of structural issues, more than just what you see here. And we appreciate their graciousness in that and hope that the commission goes with their recommendation.
Thank you. This is an uptown partial. We've seen this one before. I think most of the commissioners on here probably remember this one. We're looking at retention of the demolition of beyond the approved scope. And again, this one was appealed to council after the first denial, de facto denial. And the fine range is $1,000 to $90,720. Is there any public comment? Let's see. I'm sure I've got something on this one. We've got one from the applicant. And then the other one I have is Susan Johnson. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. Please fine appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you.
And can I just make one comment? So if we can go to the previously approved drawings, the demolition, the markup on it. So essentially what we're talking about is only the exterior walls that are in orange. This document was done for safety and permits as well. I just want to clarify. So really, it's just those two side walls that were in deviation, if that helps the commission.
Can I ask a question? Do we have
Absolutely
a percentage of excess demolition that was done over what was approved? I don't know if we made that calculation or not.
Well, the question would be, is it the percentage of demolition past what was approved by council and the appeals, or was originally denied with the de facto denial?
It's just the two side exterior walls, essentially.
So that was, okay, so just so we're clear. Originally, this one came in front of us. It was then appealed to council. Council went back and the items that are highlighted in orange are what was approved. Is that
to stay?
To stay. And so of that, HDLC only has purview over the exterior. Keep that in mind, even though everything except, and I assume the remainder of this has come down since, or is there a portion still up?
it has due to the structural issues.
Yeah.
That being said, the windows, in talking with the applicant, property owner, the windows were removed because they had to be during the construction and they are being salvaged. So I would take that out of the diagram. It's a little bit of splitting hairs, but the intention was to rebuild it as the original form was in that location, and the windows would be reinstalled.
So to the owner, since you removed the walls in preparation for demolition.
Which walls are you referencing?
The windows, I'm sorry, did you
Yes.
remove the windows?
Yes, we want to use all the windows, and unfortunately, what's a little misleading is that, which is part of what we like about the house, is that so much of the facades are windows. And we've had the HDLC come and inspect and see that we've salvaged the windows and are storing them for safety.
Okay,
But
so
unfortunately, when you took out one wall, then a big bank of windows, there's some slivers of walls on the side that just were in terrible shape and crumbled.
so then I guess
It was pretty much unavoidable.
the question is, so if you removed the windows for restoration,
Mhm.
why did you demolish the remainder of the structure without permission?
We didn't. So if you'll, I didn't, this was just for my notes, but it might be a little bit of a clearer, and Jesse, I want you to bless this too. It might be a bit of a clearer showing of what was demolished.
No, I mean, we look, we've got the staff stuff. We can certainly look at it, but we have this in front of us, right? We realize that all of it, we can see it's gone.
Yeah, I just want you to make.
But we know we're only reviewing the exterior walls, if that,
The exterior sidewalls and not the windows. So you'll see
Right.
there's very small, like 3-foot segments.
we're
of
happy to
wall.
look at whatever you brought, but again,
Yeah. No,
I
no,
think
no.
we all understand that we're just sort of,
Sure.
we're in a place here of like, the fine range has increased for this exact reason. And we just, so you remove the windows to get them refurbished, which is great. I'm really glad that those have not been lost. But then the rest of the walls, just, did they fall down or?
Yeah, it wasn't in our control. Again, we've had HDLC and we notified not the HDLC, not realizing that
Okay.
that was under their purview, but we immediately notified the city.
Okay. Yeah,
So we just didn't realize it was an HDLC.
I'm just trying to, because again, we've got a big fine, so we're just trying to get all the facts
Sure.
on the table.
Absolutely. I think that you'll see again, if you look at this document, which I would ask Jesse to glance at and approve first, before showing you that they're very small window segments. And to his point, what quite frankly, city council approved really wasn't tenable when we demolished that much, then took out, 9, 10 plus foot sections of windows.
There wasn't much, yeah.
And they were completely, HDLC has seen it, termite eaten rot. You can, with your hands, we have video, they've seen it in person, with your hands, you can crumble the wall. So really, they just came down these small segments. When we saw that, we stopped too. And I, at that point, contacted the city asking, what do I do here? The HDLC intervened. And then I was able to handle it with the HDLC and, ask for their guidance.
Understood. And look, we're really grateful you notified the city and you're here, and we're just trying to get it all out here so we can discuss it. Eleanor.
I just wanted to say, I think this application speaks to the HDLC's concern with applications that request so much demolition because, when that request is granted, building dynamics, essentially, if you remove an entire roof, remove all the interior structure, what is going to be left when all of that work is done? And how could you not expect walls to crumble or fall down as a result? So I just wanted to point out that applications for extensive demolition such as this essentially are the demolition of the building. And to ask a homeowner to be able to retain fragments of wall, to be able to stand up on their own in some sort of mystifying all sense of space and dynamics and physics is a lot to ask of a homeowner. They were given a runway to do this. So I think that should be taken into account.
Thank you. And Understood.
Much better said than I could.
Yeah.
So I'm confused as to whether this is an appropriate situation for a fine or not, because it seems very minimal. The actual percentage that would have been expected to have been left in this situation, but I'm not sure whether we're fining it all.
And
So-
we're rebuilding in place. That was always the plan.
Right, but we don't have purview
I-
over, we don't have purview over what goes back. So know that as we're evaluating this. And we also get a number of applications, and you heard us before. Bad actor, good actor, whichever way it is. We also have to evaluate it in the sense that of what we have in front of us. And I agree with the sentiment that council providing an appeal of this granting the appeal of this magnitude kind of led to this. But I think that's a really appropriate question.
Quite frankly, we didn't demo it. It fell down.
Right.
If they had come to you when things were starting to fall down, would you have approved the demolition?
I think, yeah, I mean, that's kind of such a hypothetical, but we have been in communication, absolutely. And I think like Eleanor says, and an understanding of the nature of construction, then a lot of stuff is removed. Part of the building's going to come down. It's in bad condition. There's been termites, et cetera. The reality is along that we would understand why that would not be there anymore.
And
However, when we end up at the end of the day with a chimney standing, and that's why we're here to talk to the commission to find out what is the commission's temperature on this, as far as fines are concerned.
I mean, we received one these for the commission. Again, the higher the fine, usually the more discussion that happens. And the rules changed for August 1, 2022. We did receive one that had a very similar story to it in early August. That was, a denial or defective. I don't remember exactly which one. It went to commission. It was overruled. And then it went to council. It was overruled. And then it fell down, right? That one, the applicant worked very hard to prove that they were before the larger fine, which was actually higher than this one. And they did receive, I believe, maximum fine of 10,000 on that one. When we talk about precedent and we talk about how we're looking and reviewing these cases, I also don't think we should pave a way for an applicant to go to city council and request an override and an appeal that then results in exactly what's happened here in terms of
Fully agree.
the fabric falling apart. And it sounds like you 100% agree with that. This is holding you up on your project.
It wasn't avoidable. And to her point, like we were given a demolition plan that wasn't feasible. And I did not know that when we were given said plan. So we found out, we immediately contacted the city. It ended up in HDLC hands, which we appreciate. They've been very helpful.
I just want to make sure, again, I think this is a really valuable conversation. We are recorded, we are televised. Hope that the council member also realizes that I'm sure they're notified that this is happening. Like this is.
In fairness to the council, the entire neighborhood, this has been uninhabited for a very long time. And the entire neighborhood was up in arms that it continued to be uninhabited and were very much in our favor. We kind of inherited a house that was bought a house that was in purgatory. Somebody else had come in and gutted it. It had been uninhabited for many years and the path forward wasn't exactly clear on this one, so I don't fault the council. Just in hindsight, had we realized that the demo would lead to just further demo, for instance, the porch, when removed, which was part of the demolition, underneath there was a crack that was an entrance to another universe and that can't be seen. So, it's New Orleans.
Understood. I just want to make sure that commission, as we have this conversation, just, yeah, but I know there's a couple other people, Hackenberg, Commissioner King.
No, I was just clarifying that. It did in 2020. It came before and the HCLs said no, then it went to city council and it happened in that part.
Correct.
So-
It had been
Right.
previously gutted.
Yeah, so you guys
Yeah.
never would have recommended that they take down that much because you know what would have happened. So you can't.
Right.
You don't get no takebacks on that one.
Yeah.
Like you can't, I get what your point is, but that's not, it has come before them and like they didn't make the mistake. The next body did. So that's just my food for thought on that one.
Commissioner Hackenberg.
I kind of concur. The previous situation, they were given something that was achievable and clear. And from what I see of this, the city council approved something that just really was not, it was not feasible. I mean, maybe somebody could have pulled it off if the building was in perfect condition, but just trying to hold up a wall here and a wall there. I mean, that was a recipe for a disaster, but it was approved. They had approval to go ahead with that. So, I mean, I see there was a much different set of circumstances in this case.
Yes, but how does that differ from the example that we had on not too far back where they wanted to demolish most of it? We denied it. They went to the city council granted it, and then the building fell down.
It's an architectural structural situation where in that case, they were told to keep a contingent piece of the building with roof and walls, the things that could be properly braced and is not uncommon for that thing to be done. In this case, it was, I'm not gonna second guess the city council, but I don't think they listened to or had really any sound advice on construction when they approved this. But they approved something that was extremely unlikely to succeed with no matter who was doing it. And in this, I mean, I would have been stunned if somebody had managed to actually do this in the way that they laid it out. And again, the structure would have had to been in ideal sound condition, all the wood good, everything. So I think that the difference there is just what got approved, not necessarily the approval.
I think the other difference, as I remember, is that this homeowner actually contacted the city when it started falling down, whereas that prior case that did not contact the city.
Yeah,
So you did, yes.
And I'm just, I bring this up just because I, again, want to make sure.
To clarify, I was taking photos and I stopped and then contacted the owners.
I had contacted Obina in permits before then, not realizing it was an HDLC thing, more thinking it was, a structural issue. So I didn't realize it was an HDLC issue. Once it got punted to HDLC, I followed up with through the proper channels.
For me, this might be where I'm not following. But at that point, you had already been to the HCLC because then you went to council and then got approval afterwards.
Yes, I'm just
You
talking
had to
about in the
know that.
course of demolition. We saw that the conditions were really bad and that more was going to have to be demoed. I wasn't quite sure since we were building it to the approved plans, if that was an issue or not. I didn't realize it was an HDLC issue after we had already gone through city council. So I was more worried about structure and just went to permits and asked them, the way forward, who needs to look at it. HDLC the next day came and reviewed it and they were very responsive and I followed up with HDLC.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, so we're late in the day, everyone. Again, I always know the higher fines are like a good conversation. There's a lot of conversation around them. I think it's really beneficial on this one and I appreciate the owners being here to talk through it. Commissioner Bruno, this is in your district. I'm also open, anyone who wants to make a motion.
Of course, I recommend the approval of the demolition of more than the approved scope of work and deviation of the C of A. The only question has to do with what fine is levied. I really appreciate some input from the other commissioners.
Do we have a commissioner who's willing to put out a number?
I mean, honestly, in the end, my personal opinion is that whatever the number that comes up on that we agree on, if your argument is with like the next one when you have to appeal it, because that's who put you in the hole. It's not. So that's just my personal opinion that I'm sharing out loud. But I don't know.
This is not something we chose to demo.
Oh, I was just saying in terms of the fine, if they, when they get a fine, they're gonna have to appeal it, and they will, because, and they're gonna have to appeal the city council. And I feel like they hurt them more here than we did. So that's for them to rectify. That's not for any of us to rectify. That's just what I'm saying.
So if the fine range is 1,000 to 90 and change. If you find, obviously the owner has the option to appeal to city council.
So does somebody have a guesstimate of the amount of walls that were supposed to stay? What portion fell down? Just a rough guesstimate.
I have it highlighted.
And the reason why I'm asking is because in the past, we've tried to use a percentage. And so that logic would carry forward. And then
Do you say what percentage of windows would made up your walls if you had to guess?
This has been such a strange thing because we've been in touch with the applicant and going over issues as they were arising, and they're already gone, and we're saying we can understand why that had to go because there was nothing there. So I don't know that on this one we can give you a percentage, and so I think.
I mean, the other trick is that it's not just, usually when we review this, it's walls and roof, and if we're looking at it, it's just 3 walls with windows, and then you're deducting a percentage of the windows from the wall and or potentially a door. Like, it gets kind of fine grained in that sense. Yeah. Oh, Commissioner Red.
I'm just having trouble with the fine in general because it's my understanding, and I actually went to Baton Rouge to lobby for this, that the point of the fine is to keep people from doing things on purpose that are against the law. And in this situation, this particular applicant, from what I can understand, appealed a decision that was was it a split decision? I think I read in the notes. So therefore it was a de facto denial, went to the city council. The city council approved this. They started following what was allowed. And in the process of removing the windows, it sounds like the remaining part of the walls began to crumble, and it was not their intent for them to crumble. It was for their intent for them to stay there and then for the windows to be moved back. So I'm sort of not understanding, I guess it's the lawyer in my brain, of how exactly that meets the definition of demolition to then be fined for this. So that's where I'm struggling.
Fair.
Thank you.
Do you want to make a motion on that? Do you have an opinion on what should happen next then?
I think that we should approve the demolition with no fine, but somehow add some type of proviso that will ask them to retain as much as they can going forward and return the windows that have been put into storage back and put the building back together as best as they can with the original C of A.
We don't have jurisdiction. I'll look to council, but we do not have jurisdiction over what goes back. This is a partial district.
I think they're donating the windows, they said.
No. We're
You're
keeping
gonna
them,
keep
we're
them?
preserving them to reuse.
Oh, wonderful. That's beautiful. Thank you.
Well, I believe that it can't go back, but if that was part of what was originally asked of them to do, and they were always going back based on that C of A, then it seems like that does fall under our purview.
we just have no way of ensuring that. I'm just clarifying for you, like, there's no, like, at the end of this, there's not a checklist that an inspector looks at and says, hey, they put those back in, like, it's demolition and that's it.
Well, maybe we can politely and respectfully request that they do so.
Okay. Do we have a second to that motion? Or is that, is it a,
You made a motion.
I'm happy to make the motion again.
sounded like we were close to a motion. Yeah.
Well, I think I was trying to make a motion, but then I'm not sure about what I can say at the end based on the conversation we just had. So I'll try again and maybe the city attorney next to you can help me. So I move approval of the retention with no fine, but respectfully request that the owners make every effort to reinstall the windows and retain as much of the original building as was originally allowable in the C of A.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Wakeman seconds. And I just want to make sure, sorry, we've had a lot of discussion. Is there any additional public comment to this? No public comment. We have a motion on the floor in a second. Discussion is between commissioners only at this point. Do we have any further discussion from commissioners?
I would like to know what other commissioners are thinking when it comes to this fine or no fine, because this won't come to the attention of the council. I mean, maybe we can write a letter and send and say, look, when things are this extensive in their demolition, you're pretty much saying they can demolish the whole thing. And that's not even what's before you. So to think twice about it, but I don't know about this decision to not have a fine. I'm just wondering what others are
I also think it's the
thinking.
last council that did it. When did it go to the council? Was it 2020 or 2021? So it was a different group for a lot of it. In that way, in terms of what to your point of being like, let me make you aware of this, if they're not, they're not talking to the same person.
Well, I did happen to look at that, and it was a motion made by Councilmember Giarusso, and it was seconded by Councilmember Moreno, both of whom who are still on the council. One's now the council vice president.
Is there any further discussion on this? Commissioner Red.
I think that that's an excellent idea, Commissioner Sabari. I think bringing things to light, particularly so the land use staff member in each office would get a copy of this letter to let us know what these concerns are going forward, because this obviously is our new reality.
Is there any further? I would really like to have discussion before we call a vote. If there is any further discussion, or we can let the vote kind of reveal how everyone is feeling.
I do agree with you that maybe not being punished for following directions. We're not saying that they did something different than that, but it does feel sticky. I don't know.
Commissioner Green.
I have one other question. Have we not in the past been in this situation where someone began doing work and it ended up creating more of a demolition than we had allowed, and did we not find them? I feel like I specifically remember a piece of property. I believe it was in the Bywater district where that exact thing happened and a wall came down and we did find them. I'm just asking the question because I want for my own clarification. I like consistency.
We have. I've never seen us, not never. I don't recall a time when an accidental demolition resulted in an absolute zero fine. I'm sure it happened.
We didn't find them in the end on St. Anne a couple months ago, but that was because that was a recommendation, because they followed up and they were cooperative, and then because that was in my district, and we ended up not doing it. But that was with some guidance in a way. And on this one, I don't.
Commissioner Hackenberg.
I believe I recall a couple of cases where we did not find, and those were cases where there was major structural issues that essentially things fell down on their own. They couldn't be braced, they couldn't be supported. It was based strictly on the condition, and that was at the time. And in those cases, people submitted documentation, they followed the proper procedures. So.
Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the motion that's on the floor? No additional discussion? All those in favor? Okay. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you and good luck with your project.
Thanks.
I have a question about what the procedure is for sending a letter to the city council expressing our
That would
concern.
be the staff. You'd have to ask the staff that question.
We are your staff.
If it's, I guess, please notify, the city council and what has happened in this, if they are not already aware. As they will not be getting an appeal, I'm sure, from this decision. Okay, moving on. 610 David Street, is the applicant present?
Yes. Yes. Joey
Please
Carlson.
state your name and address for the record.
Joey Carlson, architect, 44 Trinon Drive in Kenner.
Thank you. The staff will make their presentation. We'll hear your comments following.
This is an application for retention of demolition through the collapse of a contributing one-story, single-family residential building in partial control Parkview. Constructed in circa 1900, 610 David Street was a single shotgun residential craftsman building. The original shotgun received a rear addition from 1908 through 1940 that created the L-shaped appearance and a separate entry. The frame building was a contributing building in the Parkview Historic District, and over the past 4 years, the building has had quite the battle to remain extant. In 2019, an application for demolition to grade was reviewed and denied by the HDLC Commission and subsequently upheld by the City Council. In August 2021, an after-hours report for suspected demolition resulted in safety and permit stop work posting at the property. The working without a permit violation noted that heavy machinery was placed on the site to begin demolition without prior approval. And that all happened prior to the ownership of the current owner, which took place in October of 2021. In early 2022, a structural renovation permit was open to remove rear portions of the building and construct a camelback addition. The proposed area of demolition did not exceed the demolition threshold required for HDLC review, so that sub-permit was closed out and not reviewed. Prior to the issuance of the building permit, another safety and permits working without a permit violation was opened against the property for beginning demolition work. At the rear portion indicated the submitted plans, the demolition took place prior to the obtaining a permit. However, following the incident, a building permit for the proposed scope of work was issued. Based on the photographs from the safety and permits case, which was in July of 2022, and those taken in March of 2023 prior to the collapse, the building essentially existed in a demolished state during this period of time. On March 14th, 2023, the contractor contacted the HDLC inspector to establish a site visit to inspect areas of wood rot and insect damage. The inspector set a meeting date for March 16th. However, the next day, which was March 15th, the building was reported as collapsed. Following the collapse, an HDLC inspector took photographs of the site and a demolition permit was submitted for the retention of the collapsed building. The applicant submitted photographs of bracing at the portions of the building prior to the collapse. The bracing does not really appear to be correct or in any way supporting the structural members, of which a lot seem to have been removed. Staff's review of the inspection photos also reveal what appear to be saw cuts at roof rafters. These conditions essentially destabilize the building, resulting in the collapse. However, it is unclear what the intentions were behind this work. Based on the collective efforts to save the building from being demolished, unfortunately, the attempts proved to be unsuccessful ultimately. Staff recommends retention of the demolition as the building has collapsed. And if the commission decides to levy a fine, the fine range would be $1,000 to $25,000, as 15% of the assessed value is $10,890. And the fine can be 15% of that assessed value or up to $25,000, whichever is greater.
Thank you to the applicant. Do you wish to address the commission? You have 2 minutes.
Yes, just to reiterate, what Chase had mentioned about the collapse is that I had called Alex to get an inspection done. And that day, that's when we were bracing it up, and during the bracing, that's when it collapsed. And I called him immediately and reached out to Chase about it and see what direction we can go into to, so that we can get the project back on track. And,
Did you cut the rafters?
I do not know.
Or did someone on the team cut the rafters?
I'm not. Excuse me?
I just. I'm sorry, that's my first question out of the gate
I
is,
mean, the owner and contractor are here.
okay,
Well,
the owner and the contractor are here.
yes, ma'am.
Do they wish to speak? If you want to speak, step forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ricardo Rivera. My address 304 Lama Drive, RV, Louisiana, 70032. So when, can you hear me?
Yes.
When we originally got the demolition permit, because this property has a lot of issues that didn't belong to us before, so we originally applied for the permit, well, the architect did. And as soon as I look at the building, I told my concerns to the architect and my partner, who is the owner of the building. And I told him the condition of the building needs to be looked over, and he said HDLC already look at it. And I'm like, but they look at it on pictures or they look at it in person, because the structure of the building is very bad. So they say, yeah, we got approval on demoling. So we did the demolition, it's what approved. And I told the owner and the architect that I really wish somebody to come see the building, because this building it was very leaning, right? And he said, let's submit an application or whatever. So they started emailing somebody on HDLC, and I told them, look, the owner next door keeps saying that he's in the building leaning. So I spoke to the architect, that this building can fall at any moment, right? So because there was a lot of wind during that time. So he said, let's try to at least brace it, because you realize we have a permit, so we're responsible for it. So I said, okay, let's try to brace it. So me and my crew went to Home Depot, grab a lot of 2x6s and start bracing it. And actually the neighbor was there and he said, guys, be careful, because the building can, if you look at the foundation, it was pretty much no foundation, And so we start bracing it. And our very first concern was bracing it from the left side, because the left side, they have a car park and they have elder people living there. So we start putting braces on this side and applying a little pressure, and the building just almost killed one of my guys. I was very concerned, and I told the architect, please contact somebody immediately, because this building almost killed one of my guys. So that was the whole thing that happened.
And so the bracing and the discussion you're talking about happened in July when you were demolishing the remainder of the structure?
Correct. No.
In the back?
No, the demolish happens before, the bracing happens recently. When
It happened recently?
Yes.
What the demo you're referring to, what
Sorry?
time period are you, you said we were doing the demo before, and that's when you said, I talked to my guy, there were all these problems.
Yes, and
what was that time period?
so I told him that I don't want to touch none of the front, because the front was very risky, and I didn't want to touch it because it was no cross space. The 6x6s were pretty much sitting on the 2 inches above the ground, so it was no way to put jacks or try to jack it or whatever. So I was like, there's no way to approach this building. So I told him I don't want to touch it, And then going back and forth, we decided to brace it to prevent the falling, because it was windy. And like I said, the building on one side was really close to a next door property, and we don't want that to fall and cause any damage to the property,
I personally walk by this house regularly to get to Winn-Dixie from my house. So it's not surprising when you cut off the back and opened it up. Of course, it wasn't going to be a very stable, it's like an open wound. It's like you imagine it to get infected. So that part's not surprising. I'm trying to understand when you're talking about the demo, if you're talking about when you took off the back part and opened it up, if that's what you're referring to.
So we got the demo, we demoed the back with no problem. The back we demoed with no problem.
Yes.
And we kept the front untouched, because we wasn't allowed to touch it.
I know, but you just kept it totally open. So yeah, you didn't do much of anything else. You just took off the back and then.
And leave the front open, just leave the front. And
What did you think was going to happen?
I know it was gonna fall.
Thank
But we didn't, I didn't
No,
wanna bring.
I'm good. That's it.
Okay.
I agree.
So I just, is the owner interested in speaking or? I'm gonna,
My name is Oleg Krasnov, for J Street. I don't have much to add. We, originally, when we came up with this plan, we knew that building is in very, very poor shape. And in fact, there is even a note on assessor's page that, building is in very poor condition. The reason why we were, I just want to clarify, the reason why we were bracing it is for HDLC representative to come over and walk through it to show him how poor the structure is. And we wanted to brace it so he can actually walk in. The reason why you mentioned that the back was wide open and we didn't brace inside, it was so scary to walk inside that it could collapse at any time. So we didn't take a chance to, we didn't want to take a chance to brace it inside so nobody gets killed. And when we got to the point where we wanted to shore it, contractor said there's no way of shoring it. We need to show it to HDLC representative and we need to apply for demolition of this building. And we started bracing it so Alex can walk through it. And that's when it happened. That's when it collapsed from vibration.
How long would you say that time was when you took down the back versus when you went back to have that conversation? In my head, it's like a year,
It was a few months.
maybe. I think it's way more than a few months.
It was, well,
Maybe 9 months, maybe more.
it was 4 or 5 months. Yes. But obviously we had so many construction going on. We had many construction projects in ahead of it. And
So then why'd you take up the back if you had so much going on? Why wouldn't you wait and do it all at once?
I can,
I said, why would you, I get what you're saying, you were really busy and all that. So why would you start it, open it, and then not be able to feasibly go back and deal with it? Why would you? Seems like you just created the issue. Unless that was the goal. I think it was. So I'm asking.
okay, could you repeat it, please, the last part?
To me, it seems like you opened it up
Mhm.
and then you came back a year later and you're like, hey, we got to knock it down.
Well, it was not a year. It was probably 4 months. I understand it's a long period of time.
Oh, it's way more than 4. I remember my neighbor texting me being like, hey, this happened. This has been up forever. And I mean, I can get my phone out, but it's not 4 months. I remember 4 months ago. It was a period of time.
Commissioner King, I hear you.
I know.
I'm gonna ask, I believe that the photos we have in the document are from our inspector, is that correct? And is it from our inspector who's here or from the other inspector?
There's some of those pictures from us and some of.
We have documentation in the file, that I'm sure they can pull up as well. That in July 2022, during hurricane season, the back half is cut off of the building.
Correct.
And that on March 15th, 2023, last month, after our other commission meeting, the front half of the house was standing. And then on March 16th, the rafters are cut.
Oh, it must have been 8 months. Yes.
So we have documentation for that. So I'm gonna ask you to sit down and I'm gonna ask our inspector to come up and talk about, just if you can walk us through it too, just so we have clear picture of what's happened. Thank you.
I'm not as clear on the extensive history of, how this property came before the commission in previous years. I got a call on a Tuesday in the afternoon, I believe, asking if I could come take a walk through to see the building being braced and that to verify that the structural condition was compromised and that it needed to come down. I wasn't able to schedule that until Thursday morning. But our other inspector luckily lives near the project and was able to get some photos the Wednesday morning, the day that the building collapsed. I got a call Wednesday afternoon saying that the building had collapsed after the other inspector took photos of it. So I went out first thing Thursday morning and took some photos and noticed that basically down one entire length of the building, all the rafters had been recently cut. There was still sawdust, near the location. So I don't know, what the purpose of that was or when that occurred, but it had recently occurred.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this application?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Susan Johnson, please step forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I am not paid to be here. A year ago, April 2022, a neighbor wrote to me about this house, saying that it was a demolition by neglect situation. And yes, that is secondhand. And I don't remember the details of the neighbor's description, but if there is an appeal to the city council at any rate, I can ask the neighbor, who I don't know if they complain to the city themselves, but they could probably submit a complaint in support of the right thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I just have one more question for the applicant, and that's it. I'd like to start discussion. Do you still have the historic windows that were removed from the building? No. Okay, so. Okay, but the windows are just removed and they're gone. Okay, thanks. Okay, so, this is in, Commissioner King, this is in your district. I think pretty clear, 100% demolished. We have no historic fabric that's been, we're closing comment for commissioners, I'm sorry. Well, just unless we can entertain one more comment.
No, I don't.
I would like to clarify that the picture right there, it was taken even 1 or 2 days after the fell, because the neighbor next door where the building fell complained about all the debris on his side. So we went ahead and called the architect and told him if we can get a clearance on removing the debris on the neighbor. And we waited until around 3 p.m., but the neighbor keeps calling. So we went ahead and removed all the stuff, and the guys started calling, and I told him, no, leave there right there, and we're just gonna remove whatever is on her side.
Okay, so 3 p.m. doesn't meet the documentation we have in the photos taken at 8:49 a.m. on March 16th. The day before was March 15th at 8:20 a.m. So it was like 24 hours later. Y'all are very fast. Somebody cut the rafter, cut stuff. I'm just telling you, that's what we have in the file was time stamped. And there's a lot of discrepancy. Things aren't, so look, we're at almost 5:30. I have a commissioner who really needs to go. Y'all are the last one. Again, you're here for retention of demolition with fine. So Commissioner King, take us out. You got this.
I would ask any other commissioners if they have an opinion on the fine, if they wanted it to be less. I'm gonna go towards the higher end of it on this one. So, my motion is to grant retention because that's a given, and I'll do a fine at $22,500.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Commissioner Hagenberg seconds that. Commissioner Bruno, is there any additional comment on this application? No additional comment? All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Your application, the retention has been granted. You've been fined $22,500. You have 10 calendar days from the date of this meeting to appeal to City Council in writing, and the staff will furnish you with the details of this appeals process. Thank you. All right, we're almost there. Next item, ratification of Architectural Review Committee and staff actions since March 1st, 2023 meeting.
So moved.
Where was that? Came from somewhere.
Me, Clark.
Oh, thank you. So moved. Second, Commissioner Wakeman. All right, all those in favor? All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. HDLC reports and communication. No communication reports.
May I make a comment, please?
Yes.
Take less than a minute.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. It's about the speaker cards. This is the only OBES agency that doesn't require, I don't know about code enforcement, but CPC, BZA, CPC, BZA, yeah. and then the city council, other part of, other division, all require a signature from the speaker stating that what's said is true. And I would like to request that be part of HDLC procedure. I have talked to Judge Russo about it, and I believe, he had something to do with putting that in motion, even with the BZA, which is fairly recent. And I would just like to suggest that this happen.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.